And let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melenda, and tonight we are going to be, well, we're going to be getting into it. We're going to be getting into a first look into Stonetop. So we, I'm excited about this. It's a cool opportunity to look at a game that in some ways is extremely old. And in other ways is brand new. So this should be a pretty exciting opportunity for us to sort of delve into this and sort of flex our PBTA history muscles just a little bit. Let me get some other things here set up real quick here. All right, the lights are a little bright. Let me dial these back a little bit. All right, that's better. So anyways, today, our first look, well, so there's a couple things happening. For starters, number one is, thank you, Trevor, for 12 months on Prime Sub. Appreciate you on that one. Again, if you are watching on Twitch or would like to hop over onto Twitch, you can give us a free sub there if you are a member of Amazon Prime, which a lot of people are. You get one of those a month, and we'd love to have those from you. Appreciate you, Edward, just plowing through the first third of our tip goal. Edward, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the Prime subs coming in. So thank you for the Bezos bucks. So Edward did something there that I think we'll be able to that now talk about, which is unlike nearly every other PBTA book, this game is absolutely massive. And if you're not aware of it, it actually is 2 books. And the first book, book 1, which is what in theory we are covering tonight, is over 600 pages long. It's a very long book. So, as you know, I'm coming back from a bout with laryngitis. So in order to keep us locked in, we had a series of escalating tip goals tonight. So as you can see, we're going to do the first. We're going to be doing the first 300 and so pages. But if we can get to 135 or 210 or all the way up to 300, we're going to do the whole book. So that's what our tip goals are tonight.
Scott, if tip $300, give me the whole book.
Well, shit. All right, folks. Well, Scotty, folks, I came prepared. These are the double tall boys, okay? So lock the fuck in because we are about to do it. We're about to do it. We're about to do it up massively. Looks like our chat, of course, died, as it sometimes does. So let me restart that real quick. Yes, the only reason we're doing 2 streams is so that I can protect the voice a little bit there. Should have made it 1K. Well, you know, look, no, I'm not greedy. You know, I mean, that's a very generous tipping from our friends over and from Edward and from Scotty. Appreciate all of you so much. Apologize if I missed some of your Prime sub tips. There were a bunch of them that came in, but I want to say thank you everybody who did that. Let me see if I can actually follow those real quick here on my dashboard. Yeah, thank you, Jake. Thank you, Force. Thank you, Trevor. And thank you, Ben Nelson, by the way, for joining the adventure. Appreciate you on that one. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate that. Welcome to the adventure. Appreciate the support. And, of course, you get some cool emojis along with that. Is PBTA good or bad? I see this brought up quite a bit. Yeah, we've done a lot of videos on this channel about PBTA, so I don't know if we want to necessarily get, you know, into all of that tonight. But you know, I do think that there's something to be discussed here. We're not going to try. I'm going to try. I say this famous last words. I'm going to try to avoid getting down into the weeds about specific elements of PBTA and some of the mechanics around them. Instead, we're going to try to focus on book one. And again, thank you so much to Edward and Scotty, who absolutely have crushed the goals, coming out of the gate with an absolute haymaker. It's going to be quite the stream. So there we go. I like Forsyth's, that's the description here. PBTA is just different, good or bad. That's a preference. I think that you're gonna. Trevor
tipped $50. Looking forward to hanging out with everyone at Origins. I have also been diving deep into ARCS.
Nice. ARCS meaning ARCs. I assume he means the board game, not the Kickstarter, which just ended. Trevor is going to be joining me, Stephen Glicker from Roll for Combat, and Bob from this channel, and we're going to be doing the Blighted Reach campaign. Hey, what's up, Plus One XP? There you go. Plus One XP, by the way, is a publisher, as many of you know, a distributor for many independent RPGs. And in this case, actually, Plus One XP, we actually did an interview with you, at last year's Gen Con, maybe, or whatever, 2 years, I don't even remember. And I actually posted that video to my patrons, and we were just talking about you the other day. Any case, so a little bit of a backstory here. I remember when this game was first sort of being bubbled about. I used to be a big Google Plus guy. Trigger the Wayback Machine. I used to be a big Google Plus guy, back from the from the time period when Harper and Baker and everybody was still really primarily doing a lot of their development there. Now I was mostly there for like the Blaze in the Dark stuff and some of the Dungeon World stuff. That was where I was really into that time period. But I do remember the stuff coming up from Jeremy Strandberg, the author, and some of the stuff that he's talking about. Yeah, we're dating ourselves again here. Spill one out for G+. Absolutely. Shout out to G+. I do agree. I think it was in many ways, I do think it was an evolution of the Forge in a way that was better, in pretty much every possible way. And I think that it was really the peak of that sort of move. Itch.io, I think, is an interesting space in development, but I don't think it has the same sense of community that Google Plus had back in the day. Anyways, spilling out for Google Plus. So I remember being aware of this game, and of course my interest with it, and again, some of this, please feel free to contact me because I haven't been as dialed in so much to the ecosystem, was that this was coming out of a 4th edition campaign. It's hard to believe, but 10, 11 plus years ago, 4th edition was just wrapping up its time run, more or less. So it was really interesting. It was really cool. And of course, Dungeon World was all the rage. And, I've said this many times before. I'll say it again. I will always give a heaping amount of respect to Vincent Baker and to McGay Baker for creating Apocalypse World. But I think for me and for many people like me, Dungeon World was really what made it tick. Apocalypse World, I've played it. I enjoy it. But it's not my favorite genre, and it's got weird classes, and it's kind of got that focus on like building up your little output and your little fortress, and the sex moves and all this other stuff. And I say this as someone who loves Monster Hearts. I'm not offended by the sex moves. I'm just saying it's not what we're used to, and so it was sort of like this weird existence. When Dungeon World came out, it threw into distinct contrast how the PBTA philosophy, I don't want to use the term engine, applied to something that we know and love. And I remember running my very first games of Dungeon World and being like, and really getting it. And because these were adventures and concepts and scenarios that I had run many, many times. So Dungeon World was sort of the genesis for a lot of us. And my understanding is that was the case for Jeremy Strandberg as well. Now, in the time since then, Dungeon World has gone through many iterations. There's been a lot of, there's even a Dungeon World 2, right, coming out. But all throughout this time, Jeremy has been working on this game. And cut to about 4 or 5 years ago, give or take, I don't even know what it was, there was a Kickstarter, and I backed it. And I kind of completely forgot about it. I haven't been following any of the development for the last 5+ years. And I didn't even realize that I had gotten the digital copy of this back in February. But of course, I don't want to, avoid the elephant in the room. Quinn from Quinn's Quest, did a review of this game last week. And it blew up. People are talking about it. And of course, my audience, you, and in particular, shout out to Golda Cat and to Unfortunate Pumpkin, who basically said, Derek, you have to cover this game. And I said, they're like, oh, do you need us to buy it? I said, no, actually, I own it. I kickstarted it many years ago. I just hadn't really, I'd lost track of it. And everyone said, we heard from Quinn's. He loved it. We want to hear what you think. Especially since my channel has done so much advice about PBTA. And so this, in many cases, this is the encyclopedia of fantasy-esque PBTA. So we are going to not only be looking at it as a first look. And when I use first look, of course, remember, I'm using the terms generated by Jared Sorensen, a game designer of fame in his own right. Jared Sorensen, who basically said, when looking at a game, he looks at, what does this game do? What is this game about? What is this game trying to be? That's the question number one. Question number two is, how does the game accomplish that? Right? Well, how do the mechanics of the game help express or deliver on the idea that the game, or the philosophy that the game is espoused about? And then the third thing is, what are the reward systems in place for the game? Reward systems are very important for games. Do the reward systems incentivize and encourage and reward the behavior that we want to see? Now, those are the three core questions. Those are the Jared Sorensen questions. We here at Knights of Last Call also add in two additional questions, which is, can it be turned into a mega game, as in a mega community game, a West March, where we could play it with 100 people plus, on our servers? And then the fifth question is, does it heroic deed, which is, can we replace the progression system, usually level based, with one that is diegetic and deed based from the heroic deeds game from Garblag Games? In any case, tonight, we are going to get into it. Now, I should note that the goal is reached. However, if anybody does want to throw out a tip or super chat, I'd appreciate it. The only reason I bring that up is because normally, as you can see, I can follow the chat along pretty nicely. But of course, when we're doing PDF work, it's not as easy for me to follow chat. So if a super chat or tip will definitely get my attention as well. But we are going to lock in here because it's go time. Okay. Book 1. Stonetop. Add another goal. There's no other goal to do. We did the damn goal. I don't even know what I would do. All right, book 1, Stonetop. Let me tweak my lights a little bit more. I'm still a little bright for my liking. There we go. Book 2, stretch goal. All right, you know what? I don't even know what is in book 2, to be completely honest with you. So I will acquiesce to that. All right. All right. All righty. All right, so we have a new tip goal, which is do part 2, book 2. So there we go. A tip goal to do book 2. I think book 2 is just setting, but hey, if people are excited about this, I think that's amazing. Yes, Origins in 5 weeks, and of course we'll be doing NightCon, where I'm going to be running sort of my own campaign. So I'm going to get this bad boy open, and let's get into it. All right. Hey, Tasty Trekkie, thank you so much. Oh, no. Did we... Thank you. I don't know why. Oh, my stupid thing broke again. I don't know why that keeps happening. I've talked about this before, but my chat, my social stream chat keeps breaking. All right. All righty. Live chat. All right, hopefully this doesn't do us. Hopefully this does us. All All right. So we had a super chat from Tasty Trekkie for 80 Australian. Thank you so much. I bought this purely off of... Let me see if I can run this again. Enrique, thank you for the Prime sub as well. There we go. There's the Testy Trekkie. We had a Testy Trekkie says, "Damn you, Derek." I'm sorry. I brought this purely off the first 5 minutes of Quinn's Quest review of this. Waiting for my hard copy and devouring the PDFs. Here's to helping with book 2. Thank you. I will add that to the goal there. Since that was a super chat. And then we also had a super chat from our friend Ben Nelson. Thank you, Ben Nelson. Damn you, Derek. Last Arc with the affiliate link, of course. Appreciate it. Is now added to the list of games I bought from watching you for the years. So much money. Ben Nelson, that is the unfortunate curse of Knights of Last Call, which is that we unfortunately end up spending out. Hey, there you go. If he reaches out, I'm happy to set up an affiliate link in the future. Fantastic. This is going to get the Tor treatment for sure. We do love the One Ring. Cavallo, we are just getting started. Is it after highlighting Twitch? Maybe. I don't know. It's a great question. That would be pretty crazy. If that was what was doing it. I'm not 100% sure, actually. No, because I just highlighted Twitch, and there we go. Knights of Last Call is the whales of the next RPG. There's something to be said about that. Hey, Sanjeev! Excited to hear this first look of a great game, but still holding my breath for Burning Wheel. So, Burning Wheel is coming, Sanjeev. It's still there. It's still on our first look queue. It just, these new games keep popping out, and people keep spending all their gold tickets and jumping it to the top, but we will get to Burning Wheel. Importantly, it's one of the most important games for me personally ever, because it begat Mouse Guard and Torchbearer, which are obviously 2 games that I fundamentally love more than anything. All right. Thank you, Sanjeev, for that. That was a really good pronunciation on my name. What, Cavallo? So the reason, if that is the case, the reason I may have said that correctly, assuming that you are Portuguese or Portuguese related, there's a Magic Pro Tour player named Marcio. And anyways, and that they pronounce that all the time. I have no idea, Lollipop. We keep getting, we're just hyping up the game, and we're loving on some tips and tricks. Oh, from Brazil. Okay, there you go. Cool. Hence the Portuguese. All right. It's going to be at least 5 hours. Yeah, I think so too. Nice. Thank you, Shinobi. Finally joined after watching you talk about RPGs for years. Been playing nonstop since the 80s, but recently considered quitting. Feeling like nobody got it anymore. Your channel proves otherwise. Yeah, I mean, Shinobi, at the end of the day, I'm passionate about role-playing games. I'm passionate about this hobby. And if I've been able to share that with you in any capacity, I'm really thankful for that. So appreciate you being part of our crew here. And thank you so much for hopping on board the membership train. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. All right. Stonetop, Book 1. In memory of Obbs Johnson, shout out Obbs, and Nick Strandberg. Written by Jeremy Strandberg, the man, the myth, the legend. We're not going to go off too deep into it, but Jeremy Strandberg also has an absolutely incredible PBTA Dungeon World blog. I believe it's called Spouting Lore. So if you ever want to learn more about PBTA than I've ever taught you, that's a great place to go as well. Illustrated by Lucy Arnaud. So we're already off to a good start here because it's written by one person and it's illustrated by one person. And when you get that kind of consistency, it's either really good or really bad. And then it's arranged by Jason Lutz, who himself is a PBTA god. Most famously, I mean, for me, most famously, Perilous Wilds, right? Which I consider to be one of the absolute best supplement books for anything for all time. Perilous Wilds, Perilous Voids, the whole jang. So we got a bunch of proofreaders and volunteers from the Stonetop community as well. Note here the direct call out of concepts and procedures derived from Dungeon World by Sage Latora and Adam Cobell. So, we really can consider this in many ways a sort of spiritual successor to Dungeon World. So let's get into it. So here we have the table of contents. Welcome to Stonetop. Getting started. Playing the game, playbook and inserts, running the game, player moves, harm and healing, your first adventure, threats, expeditions, sights, dangers, discoveries, NPCs and followers, the home front, writing moves and love letters, the ongoing game, acknowledgements, mediography, and the index. And we're going to cover it all. All right. We have an appropriate amount of microfiction. And note, by the way, we have this kind of cool like double page spread for the PDF, which is really cool. Now, obviously, I use this piece of art for the thumbnail. So let's just get it out of the way. This is incredible. This artwork is if you know me, you know how much I loved the One Ring style. I loved this sort of pencil sketch style. I think this reminds me of some of the AD&D second edition, sort of mid 90s, late 90s, early 2000s TSR era adventure illustrations. It's evocative. It sets the tone. I think that and again we'll get into this, but the idea of the tone of Stonetop is that this is it's a low fantasy TTRPG set not in sort of the high Middle Ages where we have trolls wearing 3-piece suits and they're running a coffee shop on some busy metropolitan street. No, it's set in a much more kind of early Middle Ages, sort of what you might call it Iron Ages, and it's a little bit more rustic. It's a little bit more gritty, and it focuses not just on your group of player characters, but on a village, a town. And I think this art style in particular, I'm going to agree with TJ here, really sells that vibe particularly well. So I agree with you completely much up there. What's up, Jackal? That's right. I'm everyone's best friend. I love you. You love me. We're a happy family. That's a great way to put it, Derek. This tells me a lot about the game just from the right. This is where the art is communicating the message, right? Oh, there is a single page version as well. Okay, cool. So you can get it either. Oh, I see it. I see it now. Yeah. There we go. There's the single page version. We don't need that. I like looking at it as a 2-page spread. This is nice. So Stonetop is a hearth fantasy role-playing game set in an Iron Age that never was. It's meant for 3 to 5 people, for sessions lasting 3 to 5 hours. Decide who will be the GM. Each player portrays a PC, one of the heroes of the village of Stonetop. You'll tell the stories of the PC and the village that they call home. The stories will play out over months or even years of fictional time. Most of the time, you'll spend that time resolving crises that threaten the village or opportunities to improve its lot. So it's kind of like a cross mash, right, of sort of Dungeon World meets A Quiet Year, if you ever played A Quiet Year. You'll face dangers, both monstrous and mundane. You'll seek out the wonders of the past. You'll trudge through rain and snow to haul some treasure home. But you'll spend time on the slow, quiet moments as well, talking to your pa by the hearth, courting your sweetheart, bringing in the harvest with your neighbors, or dancing round the stone come spring, seeing children grow, laying dear old friends to rest. Over time, in both game and real life, your characters and village will grow, struggle, and change. Together, you'll tell a story that you could never tell alone. Welcome to Stonetop, friend. Welcome home. So, very clearly, very succinctly, we lay out what is this game about. So this game isn't just about adventure, right? We see that, right? Facing adventure or facing dangers, monstrous and mundane, hauling treasure home. Actually, now I'm going to switch to the single page view because I want to be able to scream in here. This sounds like typical fantasy adventure, right? Bringing home the treasure and all the wonders of the past, right? Classic stuff here. But notice the importance here of the village. You're going to be resolving crises that threaten the village, right? So we're looking at problems, but we're also looking at opportunities, right? So it's going to be sort of the village as a character. And then notice the elements here, the sort of, for lack of a better word, slice of life elements. All of these sort of slower, more intimate, more communal aspects of the game. And given from that even very short read of the table of contents, I'm going to believe that this isn't something that's just talked about and then never referenced. No, we are going to see likely elements of the game, mechanics of the game that sort of tie into this as well. Notice also, similar to maybe like a Pendragon, this idea of the passing of time. That it's not about just telling this brief story in this brief moment of time, but instead really more of a legacy system where you're going to see children grow and people grow old and die, right? So it's about not just telling one story, but telling generational stories. And this last little sentence here, the language again, and I'm familiar with Jeremy's blog, and I would even argue it influenced me to a great degree. So I can't say that, the fact that there's a similarity here isn't because he and I are on similar paths. It's because I learned from him. Where I talk about one of the things about RPGs that I love is this idea where, if I'm just telling a story, if a story is small enough, if a story is limited enough in scope that it can fit just inside of my mind or my brain, I don't think that's a good story, right? I think it's the story that I could never tell by myself, right? It's only the story that we could tell together that is something that I'm interested in. I've never had that sort of authorial desire to be like, I, Derek, have a story to tell and I want to tell it. That is never anything that I've really been about. And I think that language like this expresses that, role-playing games is great strength, in my opinion, as a medium, is in that ability to tell a story that you could never tell alone. So anyways, moving on. All right. So it's a multiplayer game. It's not, again, I'm not saying that this is, Crane-esque, but I like it when a designer comes out and says, look, this isn't about one player. And guess what? If you get 6 or more players, it's going to be a hot mess. I think that's true for almost any game. I see these tables. It's crazy, 700 people at the table. It's wild. Even Critical Role, I think helped normalize that. Oh, 7, 8 players. Yeah, sure. 9 players. Why not? Crazy. Thank you, Borgie, for the 12 months of the Prime sub. It's best if you have consistent players. Players have a lot of input into the world, right? So, Freebooters is another. That's another Jason Lutz banger. So again, setting core expectations about player count and about attendance. This is not basically what he's telling you here is this is not just a drop in, drop out, one shot game. This is a game that's designed to be played. In fact, you can see here in the next paragraph over in the next column, this is a game about commitment. You're going to need at least 3 to 4 sessions to play the game, but it's better played over dozens of sessions. It is not a good choice for one shots. To be clear, I don't think a lot of games are good choices for one shots. But this game is straight out telling you. Now, one thing I'm particularly interested in is one of the critiques that even I have about PBTA is I don't think PBTA, given the way it currently is structured in most PBTA games with advancement, I don't think it does particularly well over a very, very long period of time. So I think it's really interesting to see how or if the advancement structure changes in order to accommodate this idea that you are going to be playing this for 24, 36, 48, games. So, premise. Everyone should buy into the game's core premise. PCs are heroes of an isolated village in a fantasy Iron Age. Okay, 1, we're heroes. 2, we're in an isolated village. 3, fantasy. 4, Iron Age. They have roots in the village and they care about its people. Adventures involve defending the village or seizing opportunities. If you want to play rootless wanderers in search of fortune and glory, try freebooters on the frontier instead. So again, a game being very upfront, very clear, and very direct. This is a game fundamentally rooted in and circled around your village, the village. Stonetop comes with a setting. There are plenty of blanks for you and your group to fill in, but if you want to change the setting's core assumptions, you will need to do a fair bit of work. So this game has a sort of preset structure, obviously built around this village, which means that this game is not designed to just be picked up and used for anything that you want it to be used. And if you are going to do that, expect to do a lot of work. All right, so during our first session, we're going to create characters. We'll introduce them. We'll create our group's specific version, start tailoring our version of Stonetop, the name of the village. We'll also roll some dice to find out what the first season of play holds in hand. Then, after that session, the GM will get some prep together, organize some notes, and in subsequent sessions, the GM will set scenes, and the players will play their characters. In the first of these, we'll start in the village of Stonetop. Then, the GM will introduce a threat or an opportunity. This will prompt the PCs to undertake an expedition. And that language, expedition, is very like Perilous Wilds coded as well. We've got TAS Agent 2 coming in with a $30 super chat. Says this game isn't complete without the Arcana, the magical items, of Book 2. Well, it looks like we are well on our way to filling out the the elements of Book 2. So thank you very much for that as well. Appreciate you. We are just about 80 or 90 bucks away from that goal. So thank you. But yeah, someone mentioned earlier that I think Quinn's was particularly delighted by the magic items. So I myself have no clue what they look like. So I'm excited to look at them myself. All right. We know what dice do. I don't know. We're not going to focus on that too much. The expedition will take a couple of sessions. We go back to home. Then if your group keeps playing, future sessions will skip forward in time. So this sounds a lot like the structure, right, of the One Ring, where you go on an adventure, then there's a fellowship phase. And during the fellowship phase, weeks or even months can pass. In fact, in the One Ring, if you every 3 adventures is basically an entire year. The GM should spend about 1 to 2 hours to prepare for the next session, but not too much. So a little, but not a lot. Trekkie says that the Arcana will stretch your need to deed. Indeed. Fantastic. I'm getting maybe Earth Dawn vibes, maybe. Hopefully you'll be able to bring your game. If eventually your group will decide that they want to stop playing. If interest wanes or real life interferes, the game might fizzle out. And that's okay. But hopefully you can bring your game to a satisfying conclusion. This is something that honestly, as I'm even reading this, I don't think any games do a good job of talking about how do you end your game and end it well. And maybe it doesn't end the way you want it to, but it ends anyways, because that's how almost every game ends. So very cool. We got some content warnings, violence, corruption, bigotry, kidnappings, the like. What do we need for materials? Well, we need D6s, we need D4, D8, D10, and D12. No D20! KC, thank you for the 11 months with sub with Prime. Be still my heart. Of course. How could I not? The GM generally doesn't roll dice during play, but they may want D6s and D12s to roll on oracle tables, basically, inspirational tables. Gotta love it. I love it when the GM doesn't have to roll dice. it makes the cockles of my heart tither. All right, so here is the world of Stonetop. We're going to go to the 2-page spread for this. So this is sort of the implied, very vague setting. We have the village of Stonetop here, set on the outskirts of the world's end region, tucked beneath Tor's fist and the arm of the White Fang Mountains. It's home to around 300 folks. It's built around a massive standing stone. It stands at the edge of the Great Wood, and it lies in the world's end. We've got the forest folk, the Fae, the Crinwin. Gordon's Delve is the closest settlement, a mining town 4 days to the west. Barrier Pass is a few days to the north, stoic, grim, unwelcoming. The hill folk are nomads who roam the rugged stepplands to the south. The Marsh's Edge is a sizable town, but it is about 10 days march south and to the east. We can see Marsh's Edge over here. There's no empire. There's no kings. There's no nobles. More civilized lands lay to the south. So we've got a classic points of light setting, right? We can see the points of light very clearly. And not every point of light is always a point of goodness, right? Or a point of hope. Sometimes it, can be a bunch of, stoic, grim, and unwelcoming, but it's still a point of light. So we can see sort of the 4th edition nomenclature here. The makers are long gone, but their ruins remain. Awesome, right? The remnants of the past, classic, campaign creation, stuff for us to go do. Stonetop is built upon ancient ruins. The makers' roads still stretch around the region. So you can see here that we have sort of this element similar to Iron Age, but we have, we basically have the Romans, right? The makers are sort of the version, sort of the fantasy equivalent, right, to the Romans, where the Romans may have been gone for centuries, but their roads still remain, right? And so people continue to use them. The PCs are all human. Wise folk whisper of the things below. Ooh, nice, tainted, horrible creatures. People are terrified of deep water. Magic is not common. It is not easy, and it is not safe. Iron is the most common metal. Good steel is hard to find. Bronze tools and weapons are common enough, but old-fashioned and laden with superstition. I guess you're right. I guess the Iron Age was kind of as the Roman Empire was sort of developing. So yeah, all right. Well, what I'm saying is, in real life, you had these Roman ruins that people sort of built around. Obviously, in this case, it's all things about that. All right, let's go back to the single page. So I think the game has done a fantastic job of doing a lot of setting, setting us up pretty well for what we've got here. We've got a world of humans. We've got a world of isolated towns. We have a world where there are whispers of terrible things below, of an ancient civilization that we are built upon, where iron is the most common metal and good steel is hard to find. Because in their anger, the gods left it on the battlefield, and we who found it were not gods. We weren't giants. We were just men. Just men. All right. We will pick a character, picking a playbook. So remember, in PBTA parlance, playbook is part character class, but it's also part sort of character arc, right? It's not just a class. It's also a bit about who you are. So we have the Blessed, or the Blessed, a nature priest who speaks to spirits and beasts. The Fox is clever, quick, and skillful. The Heavy isn't just any violent individual. They are our violent individual. The Judge settles disputes, keeps the chronicle, and stands as a divine bulwark against chaos. The light bearer invokes divine power via flame and candle. The marshal leads the militia and a crew of followers. The ranger is at home in the wild. The seeker collects lost lore and power. The would-be hero is full of fear and anger and in over their head, but they might just outshine us all. Trekkie says, Arcana example, to unlock the doggone ring, you need to get ahead to get ahead. Well, a few heads to get ahead. I assuming you're saying that you need to kill people. Oh, a throat lozenges stream goal. I got my monsters, so we should be okay. I think we'll be locked in. But if I start needing lozenges, we may have to call it a bit earlier. I'm not going to re-irritate my throat for. So as long as I keep my voice, modest, we'll be all right. But thank you, Dirty Phil, and thank you, Trekkie. Why do we play this game? Because the characters of Stonetop are awesome, but they are fallible and human. Because the world is rich and mysterious. Because the adventures are fun, but they're more meaningful when you take them under behalf of your kith and kin. Because here, in the real world, our communities are fractured, broken, and disconnected. But maybe you want to imagine a community that works together. Because play is practice, and practice is how you change yourself, you change the world. Because Stonetop itself is a good place, and a place worth fighting for. And if you don't fight for it, who will? So, cool. All right. So, how do we get started? Basic stuff here. Everyone's got to be on board. And again, so the game has, I think, done a very good job spending those just handful of pages, right? The first 14 pages, setting an outline of the game, what is expected of you, some trigger warnings, some content understandings, commitment, the length of the game, how many people should be playing, what is the implied setting. No, you can't just use this for anything. You kind of have to use it with the implied setting. I mean, considering how long this book is, I think it's behooves it to spend, 10 pages and say, this is what this game's about. And if you're not about this game, shout out to Draw Steel. Draw Steel did a very similar thing where they came out of the gates and they said, hey, this is what our game is, but this is what our game isn't. And if you're looking for something different, maybe go play a different game. And I'm a fan of that kind. We have enough RPGs. So, make your game stand out and be about something. All right, so we kind of got some session 0 information or advice here. Read the setting overview handout. Do I have that? Do I have that? Okay, so here's the setting overview. That you would hand out to people. So basically it just has all the stuff that we were just talking about. Here's the premise of this game. Here's what you know about the world and general thing. Here are the playbooks and who your character might be. Here are your agenda, your principles, and some content warnings. And then information about the village and the vicinity. So we're going to get into all of this. But it's like a 4-page handout. And it's like, if your players aren't willing to just read this, all right, well, we got bigger problems. Okay. Set the expectation that the first play will mostly involve creating characters in the village. It's still play, and it's quite fun, but it's not the immersive portraying your character type of play that you might expect. Personally, for my group, we oftentimes love session 0, which turns into session 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Sometimes we like that more than we actually like playing the game. We like building the connections between the characters, creating the world, tying our characters into it in that very, detached third-party kind of way. At least I do a lot. As a GM, you need to understand the Steading playbook, which again basically means that the village itself will have a character sheet. The moves and gear, and you should have a sense of what each character playout book is about. Look at a few of the Arcana handouts to get a sense for where they are. And if you have time, read book 2. We need 1 copy of each playbook, just like in Dungeon World and in Apocalypse World. There's only one judge. There's only one heavy, right? You can't have multiple characters be the same thing. A couple copies of the setting overview and the moves and gears on colored paper, if you can do it. 1 copy of the Arcana cards, and 1 copy of the GM playbook. Very specific here. Print these as PDFs, double-sided, flip on the short edge. Staple them together in this fashion. Fold the character playbooks into individual booklets. I mean, this is like old school PBTA right here, where, you know, the idea of the playbook was quite literally like a trifold, and you would hand it to somebody, or, you know, a bifold and hang it over. Look at this. This is so cool. Cut out the inserts and slip the class-specific inserts into the appropriate playbook. Keep the inventory inserts stacked and handy. Set aside the Revenant, Ghost, and Thrall. Assemble the GM playbook. Stack the sheets so that the nearby threats is face up. Fold all the pages to make a booklet. Staple it along the spine. So it's basically telling you how to build your little booklets from print-on-demand stuff. There's nothing secret in any of these documents, so feel free to have your players help you out. And again, I mean, this is kind of awesome. I mean, it's not leaving anything to chance. All right. And then there's even a section here about doing it electronically. Once you've gathered for the first session, ask everyone to take 10 to 15 minutes to read the setting overview. Refreshes everybody. So start off. Here's what you do. Session 0. They're calling it first session, but session 0. We're going to spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes reviewing the setting overview. Then ask what questions that they have. Answer to the best of your ability. Invite others to help. Note that some of them are mysteries that we'll only be able to solve by actually playing the damn game. Ask everyone what they're excited about or intrigued about. Take some notes about that. Make sure to include those topics in the game. So we're already seeing a couple of things here. 1, this game is very direct. 2, this game is very much has an agenda. And more importantly, 3, this isn't just good advice for Stonetop. This is just good GM advice, period. So this is, I mean, you know, Jeremy's putting on a clinic here. Also, let me just say something. This is this layout, the sort of 2-column with the, you know, bulleted list and the sort of bolded text on simple black on white is very classic digest PBTA style Dungeon World, Monster Hearts, you know, Apocalypse World. And it's so like nostalgic for me. It just feels very, it like punches through in a very, very strong way. It feels like nothing here is wasted. Ask everyone if they're comfortable with their player's agenda and principles. Clarify and answer any questions. Emphasize the importance of collaboration. Explain that you have an agenda and you have principles too. Specifically, your agenda is to, and for this, we literally get, I think this is the exact same thing almost as the Dungeon World GM agenda, which is portray a rich and mysterious world, punctuate their lives with adventure, play to find out what happens. I think maybe in Dungeon World it says fill their lives maybe with like danger and adventure or something, maybe is what it says, but same basic principle, right? Make it clear that you'll be fleshing out the world together. There are no official answer to any of these questions. There are many blanks to fill in, that you have a setting guide, but it's mostly filled with ideas rather than truths. And, you know, right here, you know, we reach our first impasse, which is to say, for some people, this will get you so excited, you won't even be able to sit still. Other people, they want, they don't want to collaborate. They don't want to create a world together, right? They want to discover an existing world, right? They don't want to be part of a collaborative experience. They don't want to be part of a creative experience. You know, some people are so obsessed with immersion and mostly immersion, that the idea of answering the questions that they should be discovering in character is anathema to them. And I will admit, I do have a hard time grasping that concept. I understand that for a lot of people, though, that is a big part of the reason they play role-playing games. For me, however, it is not. Again, for me, it is all about the collaborative element and working together to create worlds and stories. And I think that, for me, is what the game systems do better than anything else. All right, so then we have our classic tone, content, lines, and veils. Stonetop is a serious game. It grounds itself in real human concern. Violence is consequential. Heroes are not superhuman. Monsters are scary. Magic is dangerous. People matter. But nonetheless, we can still have a conversation about what could be excluded and what can be veiled. So, good classic advice. There you go. My home group would have already bounced off of this game. There you go. So, Booth, it would be fair to say that your group enjoys deep immersion into their characters, and they really value sort of immersion and verisimilitude more than anything else, or they just don't want to be bothered to collaborate. Your response could go one of two ways. So again, a lot of great advice here about lines, veils, permission, palettes. You don't have to ask for reasons. You can just say it's okay. If mistakes happen, here's how you can go back and fix them. So this is just great GM advice in general. Discuss. At the end of the day, discuss, negotiate, and compromise as needed. Try to find common ground that works for anyone and do the best you can, right? And ultimately, remember, no group is worth a person. If one person has so many problems and objections that the rest of the group not only, doesn't have a problem with, but maybe they would want to see those elements in the game, that's where you have to have maybe a really hard conversation and you say, hey, maybe this game isn't for you. And make that hard choice, right? That's a hard choice to make, but I think it's one that ultimately benefits the group the best, And as a GM, unfortunately, sometimes you have to be the grown-up, right? You have to be the thing. And I've had players who have self-selected themselves out of campaigns because they understood that what they were looking for, what they wanted, wasn't fair to the rest of the group, which very much wanted those things. And I obviously applaud those people very, very highly. But, so Boothby, by the way, says they do not value immersion, referring to his players. But they also don't want to collaborate. They just want to win. Got it. Which, to be fair, I believe is a totally fair way to play. And in fact, I think that is the core D&D experience, right? I think D&D as presented, especially going back to the 80s and the 70s, was very much a challenge-based game, right? The GM had a dungeon. That dungeon was full of treasure, but the GM guarded it with monsters and traps and puzzles and tricks. And your job was to sort of work together and beat the GM's dungeon and take that treasure and take those magical items anyways. And the enjoyment of overcoming the challenges and beating the game was a very real one, Right, the very classic, oh, great, I'm going to go off on an adventure, and you come home, and it's like that scene from Robin Hood Men in Tights, I'm home. It's like, what happened? Oh, your father died while you were away. What about my dog? Oh, he died while you were away. My goldfish? Eaten by the cat. My cat? Choked on the goldfish. There you go. Blue Sapphire says, I had a player leave my group because they wanted to be wacky and silly, while the group was the more seriously minded. You've missed approximately 3%. All right. Creating characters. So after we do all this, now we can make characters. Do it together during the session. Don't do it beforehand. Do it together. Everyone pick a character playbook. This will be easy if we can discuss, if we can review. Read the front page of the playbook just to get an idea of it. As they make their choice, hand them the playbook. Everyone gets an inventory insert as well. If someone chooses the Seeker, give them the Major Arcana. And then begin working through the playbook from front to back, making choices and filling in blanks where necessary. Common questions might arise, which include things like, what does this mean? My background says, go mark this now. What does my instinct do? What do these little check boxes mean? How does armor work? Do I live in Stonetop? Do I have to pick from this list of appearances? Do I have to pick from this list of names? So again, basically, this has the feel of a game master and author who has not only been through this process a million times, but has obviously been developing this game for a long time. And they sort of already know, especially as you have people who might be coming to a playbook-based game for the first time. If you're familiar with playbooks, you know that they oftentimes, choose an appearance and you circle ragged, and then it's like, effeminate or androgynous or, looking or whatever. And we're used to that. But, I remember that Daggerheart kind of had some of that similar situation on it because it was kind of PBTA inspired. And a lot of people were like, what is going on? I don't understand. And so I love that this is kind of preempting those questions that are going to come up, that are going to just happen in the course of this game. So again, what does rolling plus stat mean? What happens if I roll a 6 or less? What does advantage mean? How much do damage? I mean, it's basically a short form version of here's how all the rules in this game work. So we don't really need to go over these because we're going to go over the game, but, yeah. All right. Once everyone is done choosing their characters, we introduce the PCs. So what we're going to do here, actually, so here is an example of a playbook. So actually, what we're looking at here is the front page, but also the back page because of the way this works, right? Because you're supposed to fold it in half, right, along the spine here. So this would be the front page of the Fox, right? So when it says like background, choose one, your background is either the natural, a life of crime, or the prodigal returned. And then for the introductions, so you're going to go through this. So for example, let's say we're a fox. So we could be the natural, a life of crime, or the prodigal returned. Then we pick one of our instincts. Then we pick our appearance. And again, this is where it was saying, do I have to be this? No, but it's a good inspiration with that. Place of origin and your name. I am called blank. Then you open up the book. You assign your stats. We've got strength, dex, int, whiz, con, charisma. We get a +2 through a -1. Interesting, debilities are grouped into 2 ability scores instead of normal Dungeon World had 1 debility per stat. We can see an HP box, an armor box, an XP box, a level box. Then we get our moves. You start with ambush or skill at arms, danger sense or perceptive, and one of your choice. So you actually get a bunch of choices here. So we can see here a bunch of moves available for our character. Then we get to pick 2 special possessions. Do we have a burglar's kit and scribe's tools, or do we have trade contracts and a hidden stash? And then lastly, on the back page of our book, we have the introductions. And so once you're finished with the book, you would wait here for everyone else. And when everyone's ready, take turns and start introducing your characters. When someone reveals something and you want to know more, ask them about it. If someone asks you a question, tell them truthfully. So on the first turn, when you go around, you're just going to introduce yourself. You're going to be like, oh, my name is Hansia. I am a fox, right? I was the prodigal child who left and has returned to Stonetop, blah, 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 blah. On your second time around, describe your special positions and what you do in the village. On the third, tell your tall tale that you had right here. On the fourth, answer one of the following. Who's your closest kin? I live with my aunt. My parents died. That's why I left. I came home, whatever. So keep going around and going around. So this is what it means by that sort of communal background generation. Once you're done, you'll add your home to the Steading playbook. And when everyone's done, let's spring break forth. So cool stuff. All right. So we pay attention, we play off of each other, we ask and answer questions about each other. It is very much a sort of communal process. And again, the game makes no expectations that you will do anything other than go through this first process. So we start with our vital info. Choose someone to go first. Name, pronoun, backgrounds, etc. It's okay to leave blanks. If someone's not sure about a detail or maybe they haven't decided yet, just leave it blank and we can come back. And again, part of the fun of these procedures is being an active, engaged listener and asking questions. You might not even really care what the answer is. You're just asking the question because it puts the other player into a mindset of having to start deciding things about their character, right? Like, oh, you left. Did you leave when you were a child or were you a teenager? Do you remember the village at all? Those are, oh, I don't know. And maybe they don't know. That's cool. We now know that we don't know, and we can kind of leave that pending as something to figure out later, and maybe more information will come forward and be like, oh, this would work really well if they died when I was really young, and maybe I don't really know anyone in the village because I was so young when I left, that kind of stuff. And then here are some questions that are more specific to each of the individual, not only the individual playbooks, but the individual backgrounds given to those playbooks. So, in our case, right, here we are, the prodigal returned. Why did you leave? How long ago was it? Where did you go? Why? Where were you the longest? What brought you back home? When did you come home? What has changed the most while you were away? So these are all great questions to ask that character, because presumably the person who's playing that character chose that background because they were interested in these exact kind of questions, right? So this is a great list of questions. I'm assuming we get this for every single playbook. We do. And these are very, I'm going to say, loaded questions. And I think that's important, because loaded questions lead to useful answers, I'll say that. Beowulf is obsessed with hot characters. I've noticed that. You are, buddy. Nothing wrong with that. The man likes him hot. So we got a lot of background questions here. Looks like 5 to 6 questions for each example. How long have you been plying the wood? Who taught you your ways? Oh, it was old Mushi. After I came out of the Underdark. Did you ever meet the forest folk before they disappeared? Where do you think they went? What deed are you most renowned for? Then you establish your character's special possessions. And what do you contribute to the village? You're basically trying to figure out, what do you do in your daily life? Right? Almost everyone, remember, this is a small village. It's very much like playing, like I said, it's very much like playing a quiet year. Everyone helps during the fields for harvest and planting. There are only a few full-time craft folk, like a potter, a smith, etc. Other crafts get done on the side. Most trade is based off of barter, debt, and honor. So again, have the players go around and share their special possessions and how do they earn their keep and contribute to the village. Some additional questions that you might ask. Oh, are you the town smith or are you the apprentice? You know, etc., etc. And then finally, ask everyone, can you read and write? If so, who taught you and when did they tell you? You know, it kind of reminds me of that scene from Braveheart, which is, you know, obviously during, you know, a different time period. But, you know, like he comes back, right? His parents die. He leaves. He comes back. And he, you know, now he can speak French and Latin and he's educated and he kind of is removed a little bit from the villagers that he grew up with, right? How many playbooks are there? I think there are 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 playbooks. And not every PBTA game has you change your playbook. Personally, I'm a big fan of when you lose everything. Personally, that's just me. All right. Then, in the next round, each player describes specific choices that they've made on the left column on the back of their playbook. Each playbook has a different set of prompts and questions. This begins to develop your specific version of your world. The nature of the gods, the village's history, and the more might get established. So if you're the character who chose to be the blessed character, you are going to get stuff like describing your sacred pouch. Then you're going to tell us about the shrine of Danu in Stonetop. How is she worshipped, right? So you get to decide that because you're the player who chose to be the blessed, right? Who worships Danu, the great mother. And because of that, you get to sort of have this extra bit of narrative control to answer those questions. You know, is she worshipped or is she appeased? You know, do people try to avoid her attention or do they petition her for her blessings? You know, do they leave offerings? What kind of offerings are they, you know, sacrifices of lambs or, you know, are they baked, you know, are they loaves of baked bread? You know, like, you know, what is the culture of the worship like? You get to decide that. I think that's awesome. So again, more questions specific to every single playbook. So it's cool that not only are you contributing through the lens of as a fellow player, but specifically to your class, right? Or your playbook. Very neat. All right. Steps 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 involve creating connections. So this is where you're going to go around the questions and start connecting your character to NPCs in the village and to fellow PCs in the group. Yeah, very much, Scotty. Yeah, right. It's just like the Tome of World Building, Tome of Adventure Time, but you're doing it as a group. And again, it's a guided process, right? These are loaded questions. They're obviously guiding you towards a certain thematic end. The details can change. The details, right? How Danu is worshipped is up to you, but Danu is worshipped, right? Like that there is a shrine to Danu in Stonetop, full stop. And you know, the nature of the worship could be joyous. It could be fearful, right? She could be viewed as sort of, you know, a capricious nature deity who, if she isn't appeased, the crops will wilt and, you know, the weather will turn to drought or turn to terrible floods. And she could be feared and respected more than she is, you know, revered and honored. But that's up to you. But what is important, what isn't negotiable is that she's worshipped. So this is actually a really important key for collaborative world building and for PBTA GMing in general. which is in taking this idea and extrapolating it into a wider context, which is, as a GM, how do you advance your agenda through loaded questions while still giving the players legitimate, true choice and true agency? That I think is really a really critical skill. And it's tough. So this game is kind of doing a lot of the heavy lifting for you by literally providing you with those lists of loaded questions to ask. So very useful and very primer. Yeah, James, a playbook is like 70% class, and it's like 30%. It's like 60% class, 20% background, and 20% like arc or agenda, or like what is the expression of your character about, right? Your playbook not only tells you what your character is, but also it tells you a little bit about who your character is and how they are like and how they approach things. It might tell you things about their personality. It might tell you things about their drive or their desires, right? So it's a little bit more involved than just a simple class. Playbooks do not give the same level of, fuck it, I don't care, that like a class or a background does, right? Like D&D doesn't really have an agenda, and D&D doesn't care, right? About what your character is. Playbooks do, right? So they kind of guide your character into a very specific direction. So we build up these connections, et cetera, et cetera. Then no matter what they ask about NPCs or PCs, we do ask questions about their parents. We ask the question of your PCs. Are you married? Do you have any kids? Are you betrothed? Are you widowed? And what about your parents, your grandparents, and siblings? Lastly, on the page of Stonetop, add a point of interest for each PC's home. So you get to put your home on the map. Who do you live with there? Do you live by yourself? Do you live with your family? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Add any new points of interest to any of the appropriate maps. For example, if we establish the seeker knows the location of some creepy carving in a limestone cave, add that to the map. If we establish that there's a hidden lake, where lovers go to tryst, add it to the map, right? Once you've updated the maps, it's time to let spring burst forth, which again is in bold, so it implies that it's some sort of mechanical or quasi-mechanical thing. And again, love the art. Simple, easy, rustic. Yeah. Sure enough, it is. It is a move. Ask the players to decide whose character is the most hopeful. Refer them to the Seasons Change move on the move and gear handout. Nice. Tell them that spring has just broken forth upon the land and ask them to roll plus fortunes. Yeah, that's, again, one of the things I talked about is the style of this book is very reminiscent of classic PBTA, which is moves are written in bold and that type of stuff. Ask them to roll plus fortunes. On a 10 or higher, ask them to choose one of the following: interesting news, valuable insight, or a trade opportunity. You're looking for a plot hook, something to kick off the first adventure. The other choices, like Tor's blessing or unexpected bounty, don't provide such a hook. On a 7 through 9, have them choose whichever gain they'd like. You'll combine that with a threat to create your starting situation. On a 6 or minus, chuckle grimly and start thinking about threats. Make a note of the result. And remember, you're not doing anything this session. Make a note of the result and update the Steading playbook if needed. Then start to wrap up. It'll be tempting to jump into a character, start playing it right away, but don't do it. You need time to think about everything your players just did and start preparing. So, before you go, what excites you the most about your potential character? Whatever they tell you, write it down and try to work it into your first adventure. So, that is session 1. That is our session 0. It is a 16-page process for exactly and specifically how to start running this game, how to use this series of handouts that the game gives us to where's the Steading playbook? Here we go. To update the little town that we've got going here, to add additional points of interest. We can, you can see that every Stonetop will have A through F. But as soon as you start filling out things onto G, H, I, J, K, L, you are adding unique stuff to the town. Where does your, you're like, oh, this is my house. Yeah. I live right next door to the stables, yeah, we're farriers or something, and then, and then here's the vicinity, right? The wider area around which the game takes place. So we kind of have this, this sort of 10,000 foot view, and then we sort of have this 100,000 foot view as well. And this is theoretically where your entire campaign will take place. And you're going to fill in details on this map and on these notes as you build your sort of little town with your characters. And then that's going to be the end of session 1. So what do we do when we're done? So we've got all these NPCs. So again, this is really cool because it is really walking us through exactly what to do to run this game in detail. A level of detail, quite frankly, that I've never even seen before. I thought Dungeon World was pretty good, but man, this is like on another level. They're talking about creating relationship maps, right? Where you sort of, you draw the PC as a node and then you connect them to, their girlfriend whose parent, right, might be the landlord who owns somebody else's, fields or whatever like that, You can sort of build these relationship webs. If any of you remember Ben, who from our Discord, right? Ben loved maintaining very complex relationship maps for his Call of Cthulhu games. Start creating a timeline, right? As the players established events, maybe start laying out kind of a basic notes. And this is all your post-session work. As you organize your notes, you might find contradictions, right? And then you might have to ask the players, because again, you're not professional writers. You were making this shit up and rolling on tables, right? Sometimes you might come up with something like, wait a second, how did we establish that happened a couple years ago? You said you were there, but you also said you left the village when you were a kid. How do we need to resolve this timing complex, right? Again, share this updated list with your players. Look over your notes again. Look for problems or sources of troubles. Write these up as threats. Hey, speak of the devil. Yeah, Ben, we were just talking about you. That's hilarious. What's going on, Ben? Good to see you. We are doing well, Ben. I hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, right. If you speak his name 3 times, then he'll appear. Well, all you have to say is relationship web, and that'll get him out. But again, as you're going through this as a GM, so one of the things I tell this to a lot of people, which is, for me, the way that I run non-dungeon based, challenge based games like a dungeon. As the game master, I myself have questions and I don't know the answers to them. And rather than me just sitting at home and deciding them, sometimes I like to use those to help frame what I want to push in the game. And I'm not pushing an answer, right? I'm pushing a question. And I do this on many different levels. And again, I'm trying to keep this focused on Stonetop. But like, you know, one of the examples was a very classic, funny example, right? Was when we were playing Root. And, you know, Bob had this really kind of, you know, con artist, you know, only cares about himself type character. So I, you know, to use Stonetop language, I wondered, is there anything Bob's character does care about? What about family? So that was sort of a question I had. And, you know, on a deeper level, we're getting like psychological here. You know, this was a couple years ago. Bob was a young dad, or, you know, Bob was a new father. You know, he had kids that were, I don't know, probably like 5 and 3 or something at the time. And the psychologist in me is kind of like, I want to know, you know, because characters are a reflection of the player. I believe that. And I also enjoy the opportunity for players to sort of use their character as a vehicle to explore other ideas, and sort of maybe, you know, deal with, you know, unresolved traumas or whatever. And so like one of the things that I like to sort of poke at is like, I want to give Bob an opportunity to maybe deal with certain elements of his own questioning about what is my goal now? Like, what's more important, you know, my family or me, or, you know, and to give them that sort of cathartic release, or maybe that sort of that beacon of realization of how important something is to them. And so very famously, I used that to introduce Bob's brother, and I set him up as the secret leader of the Rebel Alliance cell, the Woodland Alliance cell that they were contracted, paid to eliminate. And I wanted to set up this thing like, what will Bob choose? Well, the fact that the target, the enemy target, if you will, is Bob's brother, will that change anything? And of course, very famously, it didn't. You know, as to quote Bob, he full Mufasa'd him, and basically let him / forced him to fall to his death. But that was great because I didn't have an answer. I just wanted to see. In fact, and more importantly, I mean, maybe, and in fact, I think one of the important things that you can do as a GM, going off on a tangent here, but one of the things that I think it's totally cool to have is it's totally cool to have a opinion about what you want to see happen. But what's really important is that you don't force that. Like it would be cool if I had a personal agenda. Now, a lot of times I try to like completely remove my bias, and I'm like, if Bob, you know, throws off the mission because it's his brother, cool. If Bob totally betrays his brother because he doesn't care, cool. I'm like, that's either way. But even if you do have like a personal opinion or bias about which outcome you would prefer to see as a game master, it's really important, I think, to keep that shit in check. Now, if you have an opinion, it's just because you're engaged and you're interested and there's things that you would love to see. But I think that's where GMs get themselves in trouble, right? I think that's where they start going, if Bob chooses X, but then Y, and Y would be really cool, and that would fit in really well with that other thing that we were working on. And it's easy for you to use that as an excuse for sort of, you know, taking control and shifting the game, you know, back over into your story. And I think it's important that you avoid that. So anyways, great advice, all from here. And again, those are the questions that you can refer back to when you're preparing adventures. I'm a big fan. I mean, nowadays people have all sorts of cool digital tools, but I love using note cards. I love using 3x5 note cards, and I actually like to color code them, and I will sometimes I'll just shuffle them up and deal, you know, to get new ideas and try to put stuff together. So it's like you're building your own Oracle table relevant to your group. So, anyways. Then, after the session, after you do all that, you'll look at your notes, your threats, your list of things that you're wondering about, and the results of what happened on that dice roll that we made at the end of the first session. And you begin preparing your first adventure, which this game will cover in a couple hundred pages here at First Adventure. And then if you haven't done so, now read the rest of the book. All right. So my guess is this is going to go a little bit faster because we're now into playing the game. Now, a lot of this stuff we have talked about a million, bajillion, trillion times on this channel when we talked about things like, PBTA. But the conversation, right? We are just talking to each other. We are creating the fiction. The fiction is the shared imaginary world that we are cohabitating together. It's kind of indistinguishable. It's kind of fuzzy, but as we talk about it, it becomes clearer. All right. The GM is responsible for the world, the weather, the NPCs, what happened before you got here, what happens after you leave. The PCs are responsible for your character. What do you say? What do you do? As a player, you have an agenda. Your agenda is to portray a compelling character, engage with that fictional world, and play to find out what happens. As the GM, you're trying to portray a rich and mysterious world. You're trying to punctuate the PC's lives with adventure and play to find out what happens. So in a nutshell, this is what you're trying to do. And again, the game's rules and structure assume that you are always pursuing these three goals and no other. I mean, this is very direct language. This is not a game that you play to win. This is not a game that you optimize your character. It is not a game about testing your skill. And it is not a game where you show up to be led through the GM story. Right? So that's a lot of bullets into the assumptions of a lot of players.
Gundisalv.
Hey, Gundislav, thank you.
Tip $10. Gotta go. Great stream so far. I will try to run Stonetop in the Discord if time allows.
Gundislav, that'd be amazing. That'd be awesome. Thank you, Gundislav. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to see you go, but I'm going to be here for at least the next 4 hours, so maybe we'll even be here when you get back. So I don't want to highlight on these too much because it's mostly just advice, but it is worthy advice, right? And again, I think more than anything, this paragraph here is this game being very direct. And this is, again, really, we were talking with Booth earlier, and he said, no, my players would already bounce out of this because they want to win. This is not a game about winning. It is not a game about optimizing. It is not a game about testing your skill, right? Your skill or your PC's skill, your PC's build, right? Nor is it a game where you show up to be led through a GM story, right? So it's very clear and it's very distinct about that. So again, it's fine to have ideas for your character, but we hold on to those ideas very lightly, right? Because if you sit down and you go, oh, it's going to be so cool, my character is going to do X, and then after Y happens, they're gonna realize that they needed to change their whole life. Don't come in with this. Don't come in with your story already written. You're here to play to find out what happens, and the game is very, very distinct, very specific about that. So we talk about the flow of play. So this is PBTA 101. The GM will frame a scene. They're going to tell you who's here, what's going on, any important details. Okay? Then, as a player, you can ask some questions just to make sure you understand the situation. You said, well, I don't think there's orcs in this game. You said there were some bandits. Are we talking a lot of bandits or a couple of bandits? No. When I say there's some bandits, I mean, there's a dozen bandits. Okay, so there's more bandits than there are of us. Yeah, there's a bunch of bandits. All right, I'll use that term. There's a large group of bandits. Got it. Okay. Maybe you offer up some ideas, right? So first we frame the scene and we kind of go back and forth. Then once we have that situation established, okay, the GM is going to do something. He's going to initiate. And then they're going to ask, what do you do? Right? So we've established that the bandits are on the road or whatever. And then I'm going to say, the lead bandit steps forward, right, with his, with his dagger drawn and says, to abandon your wagon and leave the sacks of grain, or die. What do you do? So typically the GM is doing something that is going to demand action, demand response from the players, right? They use the term here, provoke action or increase the tension, right? If the GM is using a very passive voice or not really doing anything and then says, what do? You would naturally it'd be understandable as a player if you go, I don't know, like what's really going on? Like, what am I supposed to do? No, like the GM should be doing something that is putting the players on a spot, Now, if as a player, you still don't have enough information, ask for it, right? Like, for example, you said the bandit who stepped forward had a dagger. Are any of the other bandits armed? Yeah, the other bandits are armed. You see a couple of them have some like crude knives, but most of them just have, well-made clubs. Okay. If the player does something that triggers a move, then we go to that move and we follow the mechanical procedure of it. If you do anything else, which is to say anything that the game doesn't specifically have a mechanic for, then the GM gets to decide what happens, and they'll say what happens, following their rules on principles and agendas. All right? If what you decided to do ignores an established danger, or if you triggered a move and rolled a 6 or less, the GM will tell you what bad thing happens as a result. Right? So this is core PBTA 101. Then we repeat this process over and over and over again. And this is the flow of play. And this is all like for people who are brand new to traditional, non-traditional RPGs, but there are no turns. The GM is responsible for moving the spotlight around. You want to make sure every PC gets a chance to talk and interact, but it's okay to interject. It's okay to jump in as long as you're respectful, polite, and sharing the spotlight, not just as a GM, but as a player as well. The conversation will naturally shift between specific scenes, but also looser play, more montage-based scenes, right? In a very detailed scene, you might be saying word for word what your character is saying. But in a loose play version of the game, you might be describing a more generic procedure where you spend the rest of the day following someone's trail through the woods, right? It's more of a loose discussion than a specific, right, dialogue-heavy scene, right? So basically, scene versus montage, right? And again, I've said before, but this is the type of, thing that I've talked about before, which is, when I talk about Daggerheart, this is the way that, I would run Daggerheart, which is to say, I don't really worry about the formal definition of the spotlight rules. This is enough for me to manage the spotlight, right? Which is the GM is responsible for moving the spotlight around, addressing one PC at a time, ensuring everyone has a chance to act and talk, but it's okay to interject and jump in. Just be polite, respectful, and share. That's all. All right. Obviously, PBTA is known for its moves. And again, terrible nomenclature. Because I feel like a move is this is all classic PBTA thing. I'm not going to get into it too much. But again, moves really are triggers. They happen because you said that you're doing something, almost every move is written as a response. Like it'll say something like, when you blank, 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 blank. So clash isn't something that you do. You would never say, I go clash. That isn't something you would do. You would describe how your character draws out your heavy-headed iron mace, okay, and wades in to wallop the bandit in the face, okay? And that's what you described. We're just having a conversation. And because you described it, this rule, this move, triggers because we are fighting in melee or close quarters, right? So now rules interject. The game is basically saying this is something that the GM doesn't get to just decide what happens, right? The player doesn't get to just decide what happens. Here's where it says, nope, the game decides what happens. You're still going to get to make choices. You're still going to get input and agency, but this is an element of uncertainty. This is an element of drama. This is an element that this game wants to mechanize and proceduralize. Now we introduce the moves. So the classic description here, which has been true for 20 years, is still here, which is to do it, and if you do it, you have to do it. Now, what does all that mean? It basically means that if you want to clash, you have to describe how your character is going in and fighting in melee or close quarters. Alternatively, if you do go in to melee and start walloping people with your mace, whether you want to or not, the clash rule is going to trigger. And by the way, when I say whether you want it to or not, I'm not talking about the player. I'm talking about everybody at the table. That includes the GM. Right? So it's important to realize that, like, nobody is above the move. So, in fact, great advice. It's everyone's job to watch for moves, not just the GM. Not just the GM. Okay, as a fellow player, your job is to be, aware of how the game works. Shocking. And, lean into it and say, hey, wait a second. You said you're going to go over and start elbowing him and fighting him in the face. Okay. Sounds like you should be clashing. And that's where, like, the GM goes, oh, you know what? You're totally right. You know what? You should clash. Now, if the person says, but I don't want to clash, and the GM can say, okay, that's fine, but then you aren't going in and elbowing him in the face, okay? Because if you are elbowing him in the face, it is a clash. And the GM says, and the player says, okay, I'm not really trying to, like, fight him. I'm just trying to intimidate him. And I go, okay, that's different. Now that might trigger a move. We'll have to see later on. But, I'm like, okay, you're just getting physical with him then. You're not really trying to, like, harm him, okay? You're just trying to intimidate him. Okay, cool. But then let's rechange the fiction. Let's redescribe. So again, this is something that I think immersionists have a problem with, right? Where, this is like, when you go back to, like, the old school classic, D&D gotchas, I don't know. I'm sure GMs did this, but, like, the classic where it's like, no, you said you were doing it, so you're doing it. You said you walk forward 20 feet, so your character falls in the pit. Yeah, sorry, shouldn't have said it. If you did it, you did it. That's not what this game's about. This game's not about testing your skill. It's not about testing your character's build. If you need to reset, reorder, and restructurize the fiction, if you need to, hit the rewind button and kind of redo something just to make sure everybody's on the same page, that's okay, right? And this is where we get into, like, the 16 hit point dragon discussions, right? Which is like, okay, you're the guy's 12 feet tall. You can't elbow him in the face. So if that's what you're trying to do, then we're not going to trigger the clash move. Okay. In fact, if the guy is made of iron, right, you're not smashing him you're not doing damage. You're not fighting him. Okay. He's a gigantic iron beast. Okay. In fact, if the guy is distracted, he doesn't even know that you're coming. You're just cold cocking him out of nowhere. That's not a fight either. Okay. That's a frickin', sucker punch. That's different. Sucker punching somebody in the tavern when they're not expecting it is not fighting someone in melee. Okay? Fighting someone in melee is fighting someone in melee. Now, you and your group are going to define and create these what are the limits of that on your own. And it is going to vary from group to group. What's important is that you have a sense and degree of consistency. So again, we're going to roll classic PBTA. We're going to roll 2d6 plus stat. On a 10 plus, you get a strong hit. On a 7 through 9, you get a weak hit. You get what you want, but you might get less than everything. You might get what you want, but it comes with a cost, a complication. And on a 6 minus, you mark XP, and the GM says what happens, and it will be bad. Now, this is the course where the terrible language of PBTA continues. And while I really respect this person, Jeremy, it's one of those things where it's like, God, I wish you would change the language, because I think calling this a miss is terrible. Because again, it says a 6 minus doesn't always mean that you screwed up. Okay. It just means that something bad happens, something that your PC won't like. All right. So, it's not necessarily that you failed or that you missed. Okay. But it is on your GM. It is on your agenda to say, hey, look, the term I really love, Edward, is from, Thirsty Sword Lesbians, which uses the term upbeat, mixed beat, and downbeat. And those are my favorite. Trekkie is back from tedious work meetings. Oh, Trekkie, we're going to be here all night. Now, in some cases, a few moves will directly say what happens on a 6 minus, in which case the GM must abide by those results. But for most moves, when you roll a 6 minus, if the move doesn't specifically say what you do, you mark an XP, and the GM will basically get to make, in PBTA language, as hard of a move as they would like. And then whatever happens from the move, we now work together to figure out how that looks and what that does in the fiction. And then they give us an example here of entering a cave bear's den. That seems pretty brutal. You and your fellow PCs have entered the cave bear's den, hoping to harvest some much needed meat during a long, hard winter. I mean, it seems like harvesting bear meat seems like that would be not the smartest idea, but anyways, we get to describe another terrible PBTA language, which is hold and spend. Another terminology I hate, but basically some moves will basically give you a temporary virtual meta currency, which you can then spend as long as you are still in that defensive stance or whatever stance to do effects. So hold, I don't like. I don't like strong hit, weak hit, miss is particularly hold, forward, ongoing. I don't know if we have all these terms. Maybe we still do, but okay. The GM doesn't normally make moves, and they don't trigger moves. Okay. The example is the bear might leap out at you, claws out, and hissing. But I don't roll clash, and I don't roll dice. Instead, they say, what do you do? And I've said this before. I'll say it again. If you're playing with people who have never played a role-playing game before, it is so much more visceral, and it is so much more logical, and it's so much more sensible for new players for me to describe, the monster rushing outward at them, claws out, hissing. What do you do? Because telling them that they have to sit there while I roll dice and, oh, your dexterity and your shield are built into your armor class and don't worry about it. I think it's very unnatural for people. And this is one of the things that actually sold me the most on PBTA. If you ignore the monster, the GM will confirm that you really understand what's happening. And then something bad will probably happen to you. But more than likely, you will do something about it. You will duck, you will twist away, you'll raise your shield. And doing that will probably trigger a move. And that move will determine whether or not the monster hits you or not. Or whatever. Sometimes the GM might just roll a d6 just to decide, hey, is this good or bad? Then we talk about fictional positioning. Another important thing that gets glossed over in a lot of PBTA, which is PBTA is strangely very tactical and very not tactical, because everything that you have everything that you have determines how it's going to interface and interact with the moves. Okay. So like, in some ways, this game doesn't have all like the flanking bonuses and all this other stuff that we would have in other games. But that doesn't mean that stuff doesn't matter. Okay. All of these things matter. How old are you? What's your height? What equipment do you have? Can you see or hear? What is what's your position to the foes? Do you have cover? What are you doing? All of these fictional positions determine what actions are feasible and whether or not your action triggers a move and which move actually triggers. Okay. There you go. In many role-playing games, your fictional positioning results in bonuses or penalties to your rolls, or changes the number that you're trying to roll. It adjusts, essentially, the probability of whether you are successful or not, right? +2 to hit, now you're more likely to hit. You don't really get bonuses like that in this game and in many PBTA games, okay? Instead, it fundamentally changes how the game might work. So a great example of that was that bear fight, okay? If we were coming in and we're just engaging and closing with the bear and we're trying to stab it with our spear up close, the GM might say, okay, you're clashing with the bear. But if you maybe had a long spear and you were forcing the bear to come at you through a narrow tunnel, that you had, you'd lit a fire at the other end of its cave, and you were, the bear was basically coming at you in a blind panic, and you and your ally were sitting there with 2 long spears, the GM might say, you're not clashing. You have fictional position. You deal your damage. We're not even going to roll. Like, you're just going to stab this bear. It may not die. You may not do enough damage to it, but you're definitely going to hit it, and you're definitely going to do damage to it, because that's what the fictional position. So in some ways, the fictional position can be more of an impact than it would be in, say, a game like PF2, Oh, Bob understood. Bob understood after I made it very clear to him what kind of game this wasn't. Keith, I thought if the PC rolls low enough, then the GM goes. Well, the GM always goes, Keith. It's more of a question of what kind of action or what kind of response is the GM taking. The idea being that if a PC rolls low and a move triggered, and that's an important thing, if a move is triggering and the PCs roll low, it means that the GM has permission and even an obligation to create a downbeat in the story, right? To create new problems or, out of the frying pan into the fire type situation, So I didn't realize that this continued, but here you go. Instead, fictional positioning might affect things like how much of a spot the GM puts you in, whether your action is even feasible, whether a move is triggered or you just do what you wanted. Like, no, you don't need to roll to clash. You've caught him flat-footed. Just deal your damage. Maybe a move can't even trigger, right? That monster is a golem made of pure stone. No matter what you did, you're never going to be able to hurt him. Clash doesn't trigger because there's no way you can deal damage with him. What's even required? You might even need it just to even attempt to trigger an action. What move is triggered? No, I don't think you're seeking insight. I think you're defying danger. The risks could be higher or lower. The scope of what you could accomplish with a single move. And rarely, whether you make the roll with advantage or disadvantage, which in this game means rolling 3d6 and taking the 2 highest dice, or 3d6 and taking the 2 lowest dice. The GM should do this rarely, though, okay, because it diminishes the impact of moves and other mechanics. Now, all that being said, this structure of understanding fictional positioning, if it's, I'm going to answer a riddle with a puzzle. If that's confusing to you, just realize that it is essentially kind of a way of looking at Blades in the Dark position and effect. And when you look to determine position and effect in Blades in the Dark, right, we look at things like scale, quality, potency, and all that other stuff. Because that helps us determine what are we risking and what do we have to gain, right? So we talk a little bit about conflict between PCs versus PCs. Now, we've talked about our agenda, okay? Your agenda is what you are supposed to do. Your principles are how you accomplish that. So as a player character, we have a list of principles. Now, we're not going to go through every single one of these, but we are going to list them. That you begin and end with the fiction. That you connect with other PCs. That you show us all what is important to you. That you have goals and that you make efforts to pursue them. That you are bold and that you take risks. That you are embracing difficulty, setbacks, and failure. That you are an active participant in the world building. That you are building on what other people have said. That you are giving other people a chance to shine. And that you are participating in our mutual conversation. So, following these principles will lead to you achieving your agenda. So again, your agenda is what you are trying to do. Your principles are how you do that. So I'm not going to go into every single one of these, but needless to say, this is grade A stuff. I think, principles used to be sort of more of a GM thing. I like that they are now making it more of as a player thing too, which is really cool. All right. So like 3 or 4 pages just describing that stuff. Other things that you should be doing as a player. Take notes. Learn the rules. Know your character. You're the one with the playbook in front of you. Know what your stats are. Know what your damage dice is. Know what your moves are. What triggers them and what do they do? Double check things. Sure, people make mistakes, but you are responsible for your character. Don't expect the GM or other players to tell you what your character is capable of. Watch out for when moves triggered. It's everyone's job to be identifying and listening for whether a move is triggered. Work in the fiction. Advocate for yourself and for each other. If you think the GM has misinterpreted a move or missed a detail or skipped someone who's been waiting, say something. If you think another player is being a butt, tell them to get fucked. If you want to see something in the game, make it known. If someone else seems unhappy, ask them what's up. In other words, be a responsible and mature adult. Mind the vibe. Everyone is responsible for creating the game's tone, mood, and themes. Pay attention to vibes. Build on them and riff on them. If you like how hope is becoming a theme in your game, look for ways to explore that theme or reinforce it. If everyone's playing serious, mud-spattered, and gritty, don't name your character Fartwin. Or describe your PC as doing anime-style acrobatics like running up an orc's sword. Just saying. And of course, also, be great, help with food and ordering food and setting up the table and wrangling up players and watching the clock and all that other normal stuff. Again, be an adult. Respect people's boundaries, ask people questions. What not to do. Don't roll until there's agreement. If you say, oh, I bet I know things about Fae, don't just pick up the dice and roll +8 int. Wait for the GM and for the rest of the group to acknowledge that you are triggering a move and that the move that you are triggering is this move. If you roll for a move before the others agree that you have triggered a move, it doesn't count. Pick your dice back up, right? You do not just, right? Moves are not buttons on an action bar. And it's why they're terrible names. Call a terrible name that they call them moves. Don't cheat. Goes without saying. Don't keep secrets from other players. It's fine for your character to keep secrets from other PCs. Heck, that's even great. But the other players should be in on it and able to enjoy the dramatic irony. You can see how this game is almost, dare I say it, anti-immersionist to a certain extent. Don't expect fights to be fair. And again, the game is not about, challenge ratings and standard, easy, difficult encounters. Don't overthink it. Don't waste your time deliberating every decision or making elaborate plans to cover every contingency. Be bold, take risks, embrace difficulty. All right. So then we have our character. We've talked about the character sheet already, about your character's background, instincts, and all this other stuff. We took a look at the character sheet. Your instinct describes how your PC tends to behave for better or worse. When we were looking at the fox, we saw that when we made a fox character, okay, the fox is, the kind of the kind of the shady roguey type character. You choose an instinct: conscience, freedom, comfort, prestige, trickery. And we can see here, to feel guilty, to try to do right, or to deceive, to misdirect and outthink, to enjoy yourself or avoid hardship. Well, if you demonstrate your instinct during play, or if you struggle against your instinct, you will get to mark XP at the end of the session. So right off the riff, it's telling us, hey, if you're a fox and you've chosen comfort, then you either need to struggle with this or you need to embrace this. Either way, if you engage with this concept, that's going to be one of the ways that you advance your character. Your instinct can change during play. In fact, you'll be prompted to consider changing your instinct every time you level up. But you could also change your instinct if it feels right to do so. It can even be from another playbook, or you could even make up a new one. Just make sure to let the GM and the other players know. And it should be something that you communicate and struggle with and talk about, right, with the players. And again, this is just kind of going over all of the different elements of the character sheet. Things like where you're from, your appearance. Every player has to pick a different playbook. You have your 6 stats, and they're basically D&D stats. So we can see here that the 6 stats are strength, which we use when we're clashing, which is sort of the melee combat move. Or we're defying danger. Defying danger, which this game obviously has, is sort of a catch-all, generic kind of saving throw type skill. Okay? So just like in 5th edition D&D, where, your saving throws are tied to the 6 stats, defy danger can be any one of the stats. All right. So, you know, an example might be if, you know, if the roof, there's a massive tremor and the ruins begin to collapse, and the doorway begins to, you know, the stone doorway begins to, the archway begins to collapse on you and the party, and you rush forward to try to brace the stone archway, to give your fellow players time to escape from the collapsing, you know, barrow. The GM might call on you to defy danger. The danger being that the, you know, entrance to the cairn that you're in collapses, or that your character is crushed and killed. You might be called upon to defy danger with strength. Now, again, you are describing in the conversation in the fiction that what your character is doing. That action in the fiction maps to something like defy danger, and in this case, with raw might or power. And that's going to give us a mechanical. So instead of you, the player, deciding what happens, or me, the GM, deciding what happens, the game steps in. It's almost sort of a third party and says, no, I'm going to decide what happens here. The player is the first party. The GM is the second party. The rules, the system, is the third party. Dexterity, we use for let fly, which I'm assuming is some sort of missile per twang type action. But again, we can also see that it uses defy danger. In this case, speed, agility, and finesse. You know, so maybe our strong, brawny character only rolled a 7, 8, or 9. And, you know, I describe it as, you know, you're able to hold it up long enough so that everybody that was nearby can get out safely, but that the entire structure begins to collapse around the strong character, and that the fox character, who was on the far side of the cairn, right, getting the treasure out of the barrow, isn't going to make it in time. And the fox says, all right, well, I'm going to rush as fast as I can back to the doorway before it collapses. And I said, all right, what are you doing? They're like, well, I'm going to try to dive out just before the doorway collapses. And I say, okay, sounds like you're defying danger with speed, agility, or finesse. You're going to roll with dex. Intelligence is used to roll to know things, but also defy danger with expertise and a plan. Wisdom is used to seek insight. Constitution is used to defend. And charisma is used to persuade. So every stat is tied to one move, as well as all of the moves can be used, or all the stats can be used to defy danger. Okay? So, as an example, you know, what is defying danger socially, right? Well, you know, maybe the noble that you're talking to is really pissed off and really irritated, and is going to, you know, call for your imprisonment. And you're saying, I want to move over to them, and I want to smooth things over before things get out of control. Well, it sounds like you're trying to defy the danger socially. So roll defy danger with your charisma, right? So you have to define what, you can't defy danger unless there's danger, right? So now those are the core moves, the basic moves. And I would say arguably, it sounds like there's going to be 7 of them. We'll confirm. One for each stat plus defy danger. Now, those are the moves that you should know the best, because those are going to be the ones that kind of come up the most. There are going to be some moves that are specific to certain phases of play. And there's also going to be specific moves that are unique to you and your character sheet, right? And those moves give you some ability that other people don't have. And we'll get to that when we get to that. But this is a very nice, sure. Right. So this is an example where we talk about fictional positioning, right? So let me give you an example of, this is a Dungeon World example. Hold a sec here. Now, one of the things that we, Stonetop, and by the way, Blue Sapphire, I'm actually going to, not rocks falling, but I'm going to actually, kind of do this, kind of describe this in a little bit of a fashion. Okay. Stonetop is very clearly inspired by Dungeon World, a game that I've played many times. And in Dungeon World, charisma was tied to a move called Parlay, similar to Persuade. And what Parlay was, you could say, oh, it's like diplomacy. No, there's a very important difference. Because in D&D, we think of diplomacy as you just going like, give me your house. Diplomacy. Like, right, I use my diploma like you're Professor X, and there's like little, white wiggly lines coming out of you as you diplominate them. You're a diplomancer, right? And you don't even have to describe what you're doing. You just say, give me your thing. I passed the DC. They have to give me all of their worldly possessions. In Dungeon World, to trigger the parlay move, you had to have, it says, if you have leverage over an NPC, you can attempt to parlay with them. And we were playing some sort of adventure, and there was a gigantic evil spider. And it sort of naturally ended up getting this sort of Shelob vibe. And because it sort of had a Shelob vibe, Smith, who is playing the cleric, had his holy symbol up. And he described his character as sort of, channeling the pure energy of his god and holding it aloft. And it was very shades of, having the file of Galadriel. And because he had that fictional positioning, the fictional position was that he had leverage over the evil spider creature. What was the leverage? That he was holding aloft this beacon of pure holiness. The way that he dealt with the spider is he parlayed with the spider. The leverage was that he was wielding this sort of divine weapon, right? This sort of flail of Galadriel. And he basically, the parlay was, to drive it off. So it basically ended up sort of becoming a turn evil spider ability, but it was done using the mechanism of parlay. And the only reason, now normally, if you tried to parlay or persuade with Shelob, the evil demonic spider, the GM would be right to say, you have no leverage, this move doesn't trigger. But in this specific situation, what Smith sought to do was to establish that his character had the fictional position to be able to initiate and change those moves. Now, does this mean that you could politely ask the rocks to stop falling? No. But what I could imagine is if you were playing in a game, and this might be too magical for a game like Stonetop, but if your character had the ability to, maybe you were like a dwarven earth speaker, or maybe your character was a druid of the earth, maybe you could. And as a sort of a super hyper nerd thing, many of you might be familiar with the line or with the scene from Fellowship of the Ring, where the Fellowship is attempting to cross Caradaras, which is the pass, the Red Horn Pass, right? This is where they're taking the pass. It's all snowy, and the hobbits are freezing to death, and Sauron, the mountain is sort of starting to shake, and Legolas says, there's a fell voice on the air, and Gandalf says, it is Saruman. He's trying to bring down the mountain on us. And it cuts to Saruman, sort of channeling his voice. And then Gandalf moves forward and he says, like, Edodath Karadaras Hamothasias. What he is literally doing is saying in Sindarin is basically, calm down, Karadaras, which is the name of the mountain. And really, in the magical sense, Saruman is basically saying, in translating, Saruman is basically saying, get pissed, mountain, get angry. These people are trying to defy you, destroy them. And Gandalf is basically saying, chill out, mountain. It's cool. We're not that big of a deal. So in a kind of a very real sense, Gandalf is trying to sort of parlay the mountain. Now, he has the fictional position of being a wizard and being a Maya, and being an immortal servant of Eru Luvatar to be able to do that. Gandalf, chill, bro. Mind the vibes. But yeah, so like there's sort of an element there where that could be a thing. All right. And by the way, everything I just described is why I love PBTA. Okay. So, let me see here. I was like, okay. He says in Sindarin, I looked it up, I Googled it. He says, Losto karara sedho holdo nutia e ruth, which means sleep, Kararas. Be still, lie still, hold on to your wrath. So he is quite literally trying to parlay with the mountain and basically telling the mountain to chill. Now, obviously he fails and the mountain starts to collapse and he says, this is will be the death of the hobbits. Gandalf, if we cannot go over the mountain, then let us go under it. We could take the mines of Moria. Anyways, yeah. Gandalf big time rolled a 6-, 100%. And by the way, Scotty, that's a great example. Like Gandalf, I would say did roll a 6-. But he didn't look like a bitch, He didn't look like a bitch in that scene. He still looks cool. He's still speaking to the mountain. His voice is still rolling across the hills and the peaks, right? And it leads to one of the greatest scenes in the movie, right? Which is the Mines of Moria. So anyways, time for a journey move. Exactly. Which arguably they 6- as well. Anyways. So then you distribute, sorry, we got distracted here, but, so you have debilities. During play, a move or the GM might tell you to mark a debility. There are 3 such debilities: weakened, dazed, or miserable. And they apply to 2 stats: strength and dex, int and wisdom, con and charisma. And you can see that this gives you a distinct mechanical disadvantage. It literally, quite literally, gives you disadvantage. So, and this is more of a movie thing. In the book, it is very clearly, very clearly Elrond, but in the movie, you see Arwen on the banks of the Bruinen, right, the river, and she says, again in Sindarin, she says, "Nino kithalager lasto beth der rimno nin bruinen danin elir," which basically means, she's trying to wake up the river. She's literally calling out through the Bruinen in Sindarin, and basically saying, "Smite these people." In fact, it translates to waters of the misty mountains, hear these words of power. Rush forward the waters of the Bruinen against the Ringwraiths. So again, you could argue that the magic in Tolkien's universe is just your ability to sort of parlay with natural environments in that respect. So yeah, exactly. Cynical Dragon. Now in the book, it was more Elrond doing the same thing, but in the movie, it's Arwen. She has that really cool, scene. Anyways, very much elven songs from Burning Wheel, or singing. Elven singing is in Torchbearer. Now, Super Dice says, "Oh no, I see an improved stat move. When you start getting +3s, that is when PBTA games fall apart." Super Dice, you are correct, and that does concern me. So we'll see what we get. To be fair, +3 isn't terrible. It's bad, but it's not terrible. The main problem was that in Dungeon World, you could get a +4. A +4 is basically apocalyptic. Debilities last until you make a recover move or a make camp move. It tells you to clear them, or the GM tells you to. Boothby says, I love how many times that you explained elven singing in Torchbearer using that exact example, and it just went over Bob's head. Bob was an elf in our Torchbearer game. So we have damage. You roll a die. And no, you do not add your strength or dex to damage rolls. Hit points represent how much fight you have left in you. So again, this is very Dungeon World coded, for better or for worse. You know, some people hate hit points in their PBTA game, but you know, there are many people who also really love it. Yes, Bob also apparently has never seen a movie in his life. Well, no, he's seen a lot of movies. They've just either all been 100% terrible, or Bob will be the first to admit he remembers none of them. None of the details. But Boothby, I'm like, Bob, don't you remember? You saw that movie, right? Remember that scene where blah, 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 blah happens? Bob goes, no, I don't remember that at all. I saw the movie. Couldn't tell you what happened. I was on my phone the whole time. So you lose hit points when you take damage, when you get roughed up, when you beat out. If you run out of hit points, you're out of the action and you might be dying. No, you do not get more hit points each level, nor do you add your con to your hit points. So I do like that they acknowledge that most people who are playing this are probably coming to this from, a standard D20, game. So, I mean, it looks like it. I mean, the damage dice is, D10, D4, D6, D8. You do have hit points. If we look at the Fox, their max hit points is 16. If we look at the Blessed, their max hit points is 18. And their damage die is a D6. Looks like your damage die is tied to your playbook. Which I think Dungeon World did as well. Armor is damage reduction. If you take 3 damage and you have 1 armor, you only lose 2 hit points. Yeah, so this is very much like Dungeon World in that respect. Armor is 0 by default. 0 to 1 is typical. 2 is tough. 3 is about as good as you can get at the start of play. XP. Whenever you make a move and you get a 6-, you mark XP. As part of the end of the session move, you can mark XP. And whenever another move says to mark XP. So that's the way you get XP in this game. Now, we know one of the things that happens at the end of session move is you check your instinct. So what does this mean? It means that in fact, we'll cut ahead here, 232. When a session ends, point out how you struggled or demonstrated your instinct. Mark an XP. Show how your relationship with or an opinion of a PC NPC group has changed. If you can, mark an XP. And then that's as an individual. And then as a group, for every yes, everyone marks an XP. Did we learn more about the world or its history? Did we defeat a threat to Stonetop or the region? Did we improve our standing with our neighbors? Did we make a lasting improvement to Stonetop or a tangible progress towards doing so? So, this means that if you want to maximally advance in a game of Stonetop, you need to be demonstrating or struggling against your instinct, changing and developing your relationships with other PCs and NPCs. You need to be investing into the world and learning more about it. You need to be dealing with threats and neighbors to Stonetop village, and you need to be ultimately trying to improve the village itself. But also, you want to be doing moves where you might be rolling a 6-. Now, you could roll a 6- on any move, but this means that there's kind of an incentive for you to try to make moves that you might not be good at. Right? If you only ever angle towards moves where you're going to be rolling with your +2 or your +3, you're probably not going to roll a lot of 6 or less, which means you're not going to mark that XP. Whereas if there's another player who is embracing the suck and they're going, yeah, I'll do that. I'm rolling with -1, or I'm rolling with +0. That is a way to both make people feel better about rolling badly, but it's also a great way to encourage players to do things that their character is not optimized or built for, right? In a classic situation, you might say, why would my character, in D&D, why would my character with a 6 charisma ever make a diplomacy check? Right? You never would. It's stupid. And a lot of people in PBTA, and I see this come up all the time in Daggerheart, people say, I don't want to make a dice roll because if I roll badly, not only do we not get what we wanted, but the GM gains a fear. And I can see that, right? That feels like a double disincentive. You're like, wow, the GM, I didn't get what I want, and the GM gained a fear. That feels like really bad. The advantage to this very old piece of PBTA tech is that when you roll a 6-, it is bad for you and the group, right? You didn't accomplish what you set out to do. The situation got worse. But you get an experience point, and that feels pretty good. But not only that, it also kind of gives you as a player and you as a group an incentive to try things that maybe your character isn't mechanically the best at. So once you have enough XP, you can spend it to either burn brightly or level up. Now, I have no idea what burn brightly means, but level up seems pretty clear cut. That's how your character advances. So what does this mean? Well, it means for the third question, all right, Jared Sorensen's question, what is this game about? Well, the first question is, this game was about a group of Iron Age low fantasy heroes, right, engaging with each other and the inhabitants of a small village and focusing on the trials and tribulations of that village. I think it goes without saying that the progression system, given these end of session moves, are 100% aligned with that agenda, right? Did we learn about the world? Did we defeat a threat to Stonetop? Did we improve our standing with our neighbors? Did we make an improvement to Stonetop? So the game's, if you are doing the thing that the game says it is about, which is developing relationships with other people and dealing with threats and opportunities to your village, that is how your character is going to advance the best. That's how you metagame. That's how you car op, min-max this game. Is you do the things that it says it's about. So, very cool. Your level reflects how much PC is growing in competence. When you mark XP equal to 6 plus twice your current level, and you have some downtime, you can spend that XP to level up. When you level up, you get a new move from your playbook. At level 6, you gain access to your playbook's most potent moves. There is no max level, but each level always requires 2 more XP than the last. If you're making a new character, you still start at power level 1. Don't worry about power imbalance. A low-level character doesn't have quite the range of options, but they're still very effective. Then your character starts with some special items, and your character has moves, which you'll start with 3 to 4 of them. Every time you level up, you get a new move. Some moves lack triggers, and you simply get their immediate benefit when you take them. If you take the improved stat move, you permanently increase one of your stats. If a move says requires, then you must meet those requirements. If a move replaces a different move, it replaces it, yada, 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 yada. All right. Many playbooks include a move that lets you pick from another playbook. If you really want to take a specific move from another playbook, but you don't have the option to do so, pitch your idea to the GM and other players. If everyone agrees, then it's okay. But there are reasons why the playbooks have access to the moves that they do. Magic-oriented playbooks have less flexibility when picking from other playbooks, and their moves aren't as freely available as to others. You know, that way people aren't just multi-class splashing as you might see in another game. So, and then we've already talked about this before, but, you know, we go through the introductions around the page and all this other stuff. Okay, Arcana. Arcana are magical items, places, or lore that provide power, but only if you spend the time and effort to unlock them. The Seeker starts with them, but anyone can acquire them during play. Some are spells or abilities that you can learn by studying scraps of lore. Some imbue you with magical power. Others are magical objects that you can learn to wield. Heyo!
TA's agent, also Trevor. Tip $25, inching closer to book 2. Let's go.
Thank you. Appreciate you there. Oh, nice. We're definitely getting closer. Itching, as you say, towards it. Appreciate you. Very close. We're at $600, $550 more. By the way, part 2 would be a different stream. It would not be tonight, because tonight's already going to go to midnight, at least. Dr. Dehart, thank you for 13 months. I'm glad to be back as well. And I'm loving it so far. So here's an example of an Arcanum, an old scroll case. A leather scroll case, cracked and age-worn. Inside is a tattered letter and a pair of small bluish ingots. It's a letter in an older hill folk dialect from an apprentice to their master. It describes a mental exercise to draw forth latent power from Ethereum. Good name. Hey!
Shadram tipped $50, taking the bait and finishing off the tip goal.
Hey-yo! Shadram took the bait. Oh... Yeah, it was all part of my carefully. By the way, that goal, we finished my goal. Okay, I just increased it because other people told me to. Thank you, Shadram. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for incredibly awesome, amazing stream. Thank you to the incredible list of people: Shadram, TAS agent, Trekkie, Gundislav, Dirty Phil, Casey Roberts. TA surgeon earlier. Sanjeev, Enrique, Ben Nelson, Tasty Trekkie, Trevor, Scotty F, Edward for all of these incredible tips and goals. So it was a team effort tonight. Appreciate you. New goal. I don't know. What else can we keep talking about? I don't even know. You come up with a goal, Cinnabos. I'll make it. So you can learn Lauj Davthis galvanic infusion from the scroll. But you must translate the letter. It'll take a few weeks of dedicated study. You'll use up one of the Ethereum ingots. You risk electrocuting yourself and or using up the other ingot. So it's kind of like a ritual from Dungeon World, right? Where it kind of gives you the requirements of what you need to do. So it's kind of like a deed, right? Where you kind of have to do something, and there's sort of a risk of using something. Each minor arcana is represented by a little card. The front side shows you what you can tell about the arcanum at a glance without a little study. Unlocking an arcanum's mysteries requires significant time between expeditions. Don't be surprised if the GM asks you what chores or obligations go unmet as you pursue this magical power. When a requirement says that you risk, you'll be defying danger unless you can come up with some way of eliminating that risk. Learning magic is rarely easy or safe. What's up, Pathfinder PhD? Thank you for the 12 months. Bezos bucks are appreciated. Thank you so much. We were having some problems with the Twitch streaming. That's why. If you meet the requirements and you unlock its mysteries, you gain whatever move appears on the back of the card. So here's the back of the card. So you have to translate the letter. It'll take a few weeks of study. You'll use up one of the Ethereum ingots, and then you risk, so you'll have to defy danger. But if you successfully unlock it, you uncover Laujavith's Galvanic Infusion. Whenever you touch a piece of Ethereum and draw its power into yourself, roll plus con, 2d6 plus con. On a 7 or higher, you absorb the power and gain 1d8 hit points, even if this puts you above max. But on a 7 through 9, the Ethereum is drained and crumbles into a chalky mass of verdigris. This spell lasts until you dismiss it or until you roll a 6- on any move. While it lasts, you need not sleep and remain highly alert and focused, gaining advantage on any roll with wisdom. If you remain awake for more than a few days, your body grows ever more exhausted and you risk hallucination, paranoia, and addiction. When the spell ends, you lose 1d8 hit points. So there you go. So for example, if you mastered Lajo's Galvanic Infusion, using up both of the Ethereum ingots in the process, and then gave the old Scroll case to another PC, they would still need to acquire a couple of pieces of Ethereum before trying to unlock its secrets themselves. You might aid them by sharing your notes and coaching them, granting them advantage if they defy danger, or they might only need a few days of study rather than a few weeks. If they complete all the requirements, then they can cast Galvanic Infusion too. Remember, though, that every Arcana is different. A magic spear that you bind to yourself with blood and fire isn't as easily shared as a spell written on a scroll. Hey, thank you for the Prime subs, everybody. TAS Agent, Boothby, appreciate you. Remember, if you are on Prime, over on twitch.tv/nightslastcall, and you have Amazon Prime, you can also throw us a free Prime membership as well. We got a little Prime sub train going here. Look at this. Appreciate everybody. Remember, it costs you nothing. Get one a month. Nimble. Well, so far, it is basically just a very refined, very in-depth version of Dungeon World, which is to say, I love it, but so far, nothing. You know, it's more of a hyper refinement than a thing. Now, there's obviously this. You know, Dungeon World even had rules, by the way, for steadings. There was actually extensive rules for steadings in Dungeon World. But this is sort of like that on meth, you know, like taken to the nth degree. That's so, you know what? I am 100% okay with that as long as you're paying for it anyways. So as long as you use it, you know. Hey, 41 months. Appreciate you, Shadram. Thank you. Cheers. Let's pretend someone doesn't know Dungeon World. I would say, what's wrong with you? Now, it is a very, very step-by-step process of introducing a group, including the GM, to Powered by the Apocalypse process, including collaborative world building and how the game rules work, which is to say it's very much focused on a fiction-first approach and the structure of PBTA, which is very fundamentally different than the way that most traditional games work. So here's an example, by the way, of a major Arcana, which literally gives you whole new moves. So this is much more like a proper magical item. You know, there's a lot of stuff here for this. So you can peer into the depths of this icy sphere and ask the GM a question. They will answer honestly. Then you make an int check. If you roll well, you can ask additional questions. If you roll a 6-, your connection to your body weakens. Mark one of your debilities and mark one of the circles. When you mark the last mark, you unlock the mysteries of the ice sphere and can now use mind walking. Now, when you use the ice sphere as a psychic anchor, your consciousness leaves your body and walks the world as a spirit, invisible and insubstantial. Roll with your intelligence. On a 10 or higher, hold 3 power. On a 7 through 9, hold 2 power. And on a 6-, hold 2 power but mark a consequence. While mind walking, you may spend your power, 1 point for 1, to manifest as a ghostly presence, manipulate a small unattended object, or return instantly to the sphere from any distance. So basically, like, a major arcana is almost like a whole new subclass. But whenever you mark a consequence, which means anytime you roll a 6-, you have to mark one of these. Your physical body withers and decays. You permanently become weakened. Your emotions dull. You can no longer be affected by fear, hate, or other powerful emotions. Replace whatever instinct you have with a new instinct called detachment. And your instinct is to distance yourself from human connections and emotions. Your skin becomes bluish and cold to the touch, and you take double damage from fire. And lastly, and remember, you get to pick whichever one you want, but eventually you have to pick all of them. And then lastly, if you would die, you have no choice. Instead, you become a ghost. So there you go. Oh, sorry. When you take fire damage, roll twice and take the higher advantage. It's damn vantage. Yes, damn advantage. So anyways, this is just an example of a magic item. By the way, as you gain more of these consequences, okay, your mind walking becomes more powerful. Okay. Look at this. Like, so for example, if we mind walk and we roll a bunch of 6-, we're going to gain consequences like our emotions becoming dull, our skin becomes cold to the touch, we can find no heat or warmth. But every time we mark 2 consequences, and there are 6 consequences, we get a new mind walking power. So for example, we could gain telepathy, okay? Or we could gain the tulpa ability. When we mind walk, we can spend one of our power points to animate a mass of loose material into a body. When you would roll strength, dex, or con in this form, use int instead. This form has 10 hit points. If it is reduced to 0 hit points, it dissipates and you return to your physical body. So, like, it's basically like a whole, so, and by the way, this is just the evolved form of the Arcana. So this is very deed forward. Yes, a very deed vibed for sure. But realize that this is one of those situations where, ironically, right, you want to fail, right? Because if you want to get mind walking, you have to mark 6-. So like it's one of those. It's a game. PBTA is not about winning. In fact, in some cases, it's about losing. At some point, I'm going to talk about Arcs, not Last Arcs, the game that we just covered 2 weeks ago, but the board game Arcs and the campaign mode. And I'll talk about how, like, losing is in some cases, losing is almost more fun than winning. So this is really, really cool stuff. Really cool tech. All right. This game has followers, an NPC who takes orders from you. Right. You're also getting XP every time you roll a 6-. Good point, Nathan. Followers are NPCs. They are ultimately responsibility of the GM. However, they'll do as you say. They can accumulate loyalty, which makes them easier to lead and manage. And when you direct them to act, they can trigger moves on your behalf. The martial playbook automatically starts with a crew. The blessed starts with followers if you are an initiate. And the ranger starts with a follower if you start with the beast bonded background or animal companion. And any PC can gain followers over the course of plays. Followers have the following stats. They have tags, and in Dungeon World, in Stonetop, in Dungeon World, tags are descriptive, okay? But we use those description, right, to establish fictional positioning, right? So it's not just FBT. It doesn't necessarily have a direct one-to-one mechanical effect, although sometimes it does. But we can use these tags to determine whether a move triggers or not, or how effective a move is or not. When you use the order followers command, the tags will affect what you roll. Followers have damage, hit points, and armor. They have an instinct. They have GM moves written out as things that they can and will do, and a cost, which describes what keeps them following your lead. Whenever you pay a follower's cost, they hold loyalty towards you. You can spend their loyalty to have them overcome their fear, resist their instinct or their tags, or do something that you don't want them, or do something they don't want to do. A follower with the group tag is multiple individuals who share stats and act as one, right? So you might have like a loyal band of soldiers and you just, control them as a group. The fact that there's like the hill folk, because I think you meant this game would combine super easily with Hilltop. I think you mean hill folk. The fact that there's a group of people in this world called the hill folk makes me think that they definitely were inspired partially by Robin Laws's hill folk for sure. All right. And here is our village. Every PC lives in or near the village of Stonetop. It's the focal point of play. The village has its own playbook, a living document. We took a look at it very briefly here. It's got maps. It's got neighbors. We track neighbors of Stonetop, add NPCs. We have places from Lygos, Marsh Edge, Gordon's Delve. We have residents. Add each NPC that is named during introductions or play. Give them an occupation, even if it's just farmer or homemaker, and at least one trait. Okay, so, we can see that there's going to be a smith, tanner, potter, midwife, and publican, but everything else is for us to fill out as a group and to discover. And they give us a nice little list of names here. As I've said this a million times. I've been GMing for 35 years or something crazy. I'm terrible with names, and it's one of the few things that I actually keep a list of is names. I'm very bad with names. AI has helped a lot with coming up with good sounding names. But there's also things like the Nomicon, which are fantastic for that. But the fact that they have it right here on the sheet, A+. And then here we can see the list of improvements that are made to your town. And here are all the improvements that you can make that actually give you, the mechanical effects, like additional housing or hunting aurochs or the greater harvest. And then of course the map. Our little village even has stats. We have prosperity, population, resources, and this all feels very, very like both Steading rules from Dungeon World, but also, like I said, A Quiet Year by Avery Alder. One of my favorite con games. So there's sort of like there's sort of a, so, I mean, I think I think it literally says there's the stone. It's just literally the big stone. The big cock rock. Yes, that would be what would probably be called by Smith or Bob. So we have a hamlet, village, town, city. There's rules. There's a whole like town sub game to this. Stonetop starts as a village. If things go poorly, though, it could shrink and become a hamlet. But if you complete enough improvements, it could become a town. So there's kind of an element here, taking a step back. Something that I think is really important. It's actually something that I really want to try to figure out and focus on for Shadow Deep is, and I think OSR is very well served by this, right? Which is, how do you create an entity that is bigger than the PC? You know, Blades in the Dark has the crew. You know, in other games, you might have the ship. And while it is about your character, it is more fundamentally about the town. And the fact that the name of the game is Stonetop, I think tells you that you should view the village, you know, is more important than your character to a certain extent, right? And so even if your character dies, right, the town lives on. And I think that is the legacy, right, that your character is tied to, which I think is really, really cool. No. The game was extremely upfront. This was Iron Age. So the village has 4 stats, just like a PC. Well, PCs have 6. We have fortunes, which represent the village's morale, their social cohesion, and just in general, how is it going? Population is the number of able bodies in town. Population is a double-edged sword. It adds to your rolls to muster or pull together, but it also increases the amount of surplus consumed during the winter. Prosperity is the quality and variety of services and household goods and little luxury items available in town. And defenses is the martial prowess and readiness of the Steading, how well trained and well armed its inhabitants are. So fortunes start at +1. The other 3 start at +0. Population will change in result to the years passing and the meet with disaster moves. Prosperity and defenses will increase if you complete certain improvements, or decrease if you lose key resources during play. Just like a PC can become weakened or dazed, a town can acquire debilities. A town can be diminished by injury, by sickness, by doubt, gaining disadvantage to certain moves. They can become lacking due to shortages, hoarding, or distrust, or they can become malcontent from fear, anger, or despair. Debilities represent both the fiction and dictated, which is to say, if the town is suffering from malcontent, then you should mark malcontent. On the other hand, if a mechanic makes the town mark malcontent, the town now displays malcontentness. Okay? Does that make sense? A lot of people ask me all the time, like, in Avatar Legends, right, which has those emotional conditions, and they're like, like incredulously, almost like as if to like spite me. They'll be like, "Oh, so if I decide my character's angry, I should mark the angry condition." And I go, "Yes, you should do that." Right? The fiction defines the mechanics, and the mechanics define the fiction. If a mechanic makes you mark the angry condition, then your character is angry, and you should play them as such. At the same time, if you decide that your character in the fiction is angry, then you should mark that condition. I don't want to mark that condition. That feels like losing. Fuck you. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to say that, but I did. Steading debilities last until a move like return triumphantly says to clear them, or the GM tells you to do so, which is to say you can deal with it mechanically, or you could deal with it in the fiction. All right. So we've got a bunch of stuff here about playing the game and improving your village, making improvements, tracking NPCs, and then we get to the core of the game, which are the moves. So we kind of looked at these already, but these are at the heart of every game. By the way, congratulations, folks. We are more than 10% away through the book. It only took us almost 3 hours. we might just have to turn this into a multi-day stream. I don't know. I don't know what to say. It might not be physically possible for me to stream this entire book in one, but then we'll just keep doing it night after night after night until we deliver. All right. These are the basic moves. These are the most important moves. These are the ones that we need to know. On a 6-, mark XP. Okay. Aid. When you help someone who has not yet rolled, the GM picks one. They can accomplish more or they gain advantage on their roll. Perfect. I like it when Dungeon World had a roll to aid people, and I hate that. I like that you can just do it. Normally, I would say that there should be a cost to do it, so you don't just always aid. But the problem here is either way, you are exposed to any risks, costs, or consequences of their roll. Yeah, Stone Week. Boothby may very much become Stone Week. So there you go. And by the way, it's the GM who picks one. They can either basically do more, or you could potentially gain advantage on their roll. So that seems to be the main way that you gain advantage. Here is our strength move, Clashing. And you fight in melee or close quarters, and basically you can deal damage. Defend is our Constitution move. When you take up a defensive stance or jump in to protect others, you roll with your Constitution. You get 3 readiness points, 4 if you have a shield.
Edward tipped $5. #Stonetop week.
It's gonna have to become that. Yeah, Boothby did beat you. Listen, great minds think alike. Stone Week. Yeah, #Stone Week. Yeah, I mean, we might. This literally might be like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday type stream situation. We might have to see this. We're gonna go at least to midnight tonight. I mean. I didn't think it was. I was like, oh, we could do probably. I was bold. Listen, anyone who's watched this channel for anything knows my reach far exceeds my grasp. You know. Anyways, this is a Dungeon World Defend case point for point. So I know a lot of people don't. I know a lot of people don't understand PBTA, but like, for example, if I said, okay, the massive bugbear breaks free, breaks through the doorway and comes rampaging in. He's wielding a mace in both hands and comes crunching in across the wooden floorboards, swinging down at you. What do? And if, let's say, you're some sort of warrior or fighter, you might say, I raise my shield up and force back his attacks. And I'll say, cool, sounds like you're taking up a defensive stance. Roll with con for defend. So you roll a 10 or higher. You're bearing a shield, so you get 4 points. And I'll say, and you can spend readiness 1 for 1 to suffer an attack's damage effects instead of your ward, half an area's effect or damage, draw all attention from your ward back to yourself, strike back at an attacker, deal your damage with a disadvantage. When you go on the offense, cease to focus on defense or the threat passes, lose any of your readiness. And I was like, okay. And I would, roll the bugbear's damage and I might roll like 6 damage and you go, cool, I'm going to spend a point to have his attack, and I'm also going to spend a point to strike back at my attacker. And I'll be like, you guys are trading back and forth or whatever. The bugbear, as he's smashing down at you, starts to turn towards your rogue ally, and you're like, I spend a point to draw all the attention back to myself. And I'm like, okay, he attacks you again, and you're like, cool, I'm going to have the air effect or damage, right? So this is how you would defend, and you just do it, Anyways, so that's the con move. Defy danger. This is the generic move, okay? If danger is looming, the stakes are high, and you're trying to do something chancy, check if another move applies. If not, then we roll with one of the 6 stats. On a 10 or higher, you pull it off. On a 7 through 9, you do it, but there's either going to be reduced effect, a cost, or a consequence. And of course, on a 6 minus, the GM is going to make a hard move and make things bad. Oh, okay. This is a move here. Interfere. This is sort of a PC versus PC ability. When you try to foil another PC's action and neither of you back down, roll. Interesting. Yes, Lugs. Defy danger is kind of equivalent to the resistance roll. But it's a little bit more it's a little bit simpler than that though, because the resistance roll occurs as a result of your move. Whereas defy danger is more of something that is still proactive, right? So again, you know, the key here is that you are the one doing something. It's not just a reaction. So I don't think calling it a resistance roll is exactly right, but it is about minimizing, you know, the effects. But like defy danger might be used to, you know, leap across a flaming chasm, right? Know things. When you consult your accumulated knowledge, roll. Intelligence. On a 10 or higher, the GM will tell you something interesting and useful. On a 7 through 9, the GM will tell you something interesting. It's on you to make it useful. Either way, the GM might ask, how do you know this? Now, this is exactly spout lore from Dungeon World. And I am going to stop here and say I don't love it. I never used spout lore the way that it was described in the game. I always use my own version of spout lore. And I don't like this move. So there's that. Trekkie says, you might want to interfere before Bob uses his evil arcana to take the head of someone to satisfy his ring. You're very all in about this ring. We haven't even gotten to the ring, Trekkie. Yes, Cinnabos. That is what I do. When I let the players make up the lore, basically, is the way I make it. Which is basically the way I use spout lore or know things is on a 10 or higher, the PC gets to say, you know, what this thing is, and it's going to be to your advantage. On a 7, 8, or 9, the PC gets to describe what the thing does. But then I, as the GM, get to add like a but, you know, maybe something that isn't as good or something that isn't as useful. And on a 6 minus, the PC isn't wrong, okay? But what they know, in fact, sometimes I will even give them the benefit of the doubt. And I will say, you do know something about this. It's bad for you. And I'll even let the, you know, and I'll work with the PC to come up with something bad. So like, let's say, you know, like, a great example of this might be like, you know, I'm using like Tolkien here, but like, the group encounters a group of Uruk-hai, right? And, you know, one of the characters goes to spout lore, or know things about them. And, you know, is describing how, you know, we're like, oh, you know, they were created in the vats of Sauron's, you know, dungeons below Orthanc in Isengard, and you spout lore and roll a 6 minus. And that's when you go, yeah, and they're immune to iron weapons. You know, they cannot be harmed by iron. And you're like, what? You know, like, that's and like I'll let the, you know, sometimes I'll work with the player to come up with that. Like I like that a lot. You know, that's more fun for me. I enjoy that a lot more. Anyways, here is our shooting weapon, which in Dungeon World was called volley. When you take an easy shot with a ranged weapon, just deal your damage. But if the shot is tricky or you're under pressure, then you have to roll. Okay, that's a little different, and that's kind of cool. Note all the choices that you're constantly called upon to make in this game. Obviously, when you roll a 10 or higher, right, the world's your oyster, you get everything you want, right? And if you roll 10 or higher, you have a clear shot, you deal your damage, no questions asked, on to the next. But if you roll a 7, 8, or 9, which is the most common outcome, you can deal your damage, but then you deplete your ammo. Or you have to hold steady and wait for a clear shot. When the moment arrives, then you can deal your damage. So that might be like, the GM will be like, you can't get a clear shot yet. You have to hold, and you might have to wait, and the GM will tell you, but it might be maybe the orc gets another attack off before, you get to make your shot and deal your damage. Or you might have to move to get a clear shot, exposing yourself to danger or giving up some advantage. Or you can rush your shot, deal your damage, and lead to a cost or complication. Now again, you, the player, pick one, right? So you get to decide, do I want to shoot now and deal with consequences or costs? Or do I want, no, I don't want to deal with consequences or costs. I just want to do my damage. I'm okay giving up my ammo. You're still making a player choice here, All right. Persuade. This is our charisma move versus NPCs. So ammo in Dungeon World is traditionally done as a like a binary yes or no, or it might have like 3 boxes. Because note, Zipperfist, if you only ever rolled 10s or higher, you would literally never run out of ammo. So it's quantum virtual ammo. And more importantly, it only ever runs out if you, the player, choose it. Or if you roll a 6-, the GM could choose it for you, I suppose. All right. When you press or entice an NPC, say what you want them to do or not do. If they have a reason to resist, roll plus charisma. On a 10 or higher, they either do as you want or reveal the easiest way to convince them to do it. On a 7, 8, or 9, they reveal something you can do to convince them, but it'll be costly, tricky, or distasteful. So note, you only roll this if they have a reason to resist you. Secondly, if you roll a 10 or higher, which is the best that you can do, they'll either do it or they will tell you the easiest way. They will reveal to you. They're not literally telling you, right? But it's what gets revealed. The easiest way to convince them, right? So it's not like it just works. The GM gets to decide for that NPC. Now, you can also use this against your fellow PCs. When you press or entice a PC and they resist, ask their player, could I possibly ever get you to do this? Yes or no? If they say no, let it drop. If they say yes, you can roll with your charisma. If you roll a 10 or higher, they mark XP if they do what you want. And if they don't, they must say how you could convince them to do it. On a 7, 8, or 9, they mark XP if they do what you want, but can refuse or make a counter offer if they like. Now, again, this is probably, right, blowing people's minds who are hyper immersionists. But the idea here is that there is an element of separation between the player and the PC. You still get this ability to say, no, you're, again, you're not asking the PC. You're actually going, hold on, let me ask the player. Is there any way I could ever get your character to, betray the town? And they say no. And you go, okay, cool, drop it. But if you say, I think there could be, and I'm going to agree with Cinnabos here and say, used correctly, this is fun as shit. And I absolutely 100% agree with you. And by the way, Monster Hearts did the same thing with like strings. You would accumulate strings on your fellow PCs, and then you could spend strings to try to convince them to do something. And if they did it, they got to mark experience points. And that was actually a great way to level up in Monster Hearts. Seek Insight is sort of our discern realities move. This is how we get additional information from the GM. When you study a situation or person, roll the die with your wisdom, and you can either ask 3 questions or 1 question. And you get to just ask this question, and the GM will answer truthfully. Pretty basic here. Here are some special moves. We've kind of covered this before, but with advantages, you're going to roll an extra die and get rid of the low. With disadvantage, you're going to roll an extra die and get rid of the high. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Burn brightly. We saw this before. When you have enough XP to level up, you can spend 2 XP after any roll to add +1 to that roll. So basically, if you have a ton of experience points, you can spend your XP permanently, spend your XP to get +1 to a roll. End of session. When a session ends, point out how you demonstrated with your instinct, mark XP. If you show your relationship has changed with an NPC or PC, mark XP, and then again, the questions about Stonetop. Then, praise something about the session that you enjoyed or appreciated. Finally, offer up so we kind of have stars and wishes here, right? Star, praise something about the session, and then a wish for a future session. More of X, less of Y, a chance to Z, handling ABC in a different way. Wishes can be about what happens in the fiction or around the table. The GM will take notes. So this is classic stars and wishes type mentality here. Ooh. When you are dying, so this is what happens when you get to 0 hit points. When you are dying, you glimpse the last door and the Lady of Crows. So this is very similar to, what is it called? The Last Gasp, I think, in Dungeon World. Oh, we have a flying here. Then roll +0, so just straight up 2d6. On a 10 or higher, you rest yourself back to the realm of the living, return with 1 hit point, but say how death has marked you. On a 7 through 9, the lady waves you off. You're no longer dying, but you're out of the action. And on a 6 or minus, your time has come. Choose 1. Make one last move as if you rolled a 12 or higher, and then step through the last door. Refuse to go and gain the revenant or ghost. Insert. Or call on one of the things below by name and beseech it to intercede and gain the thrall. Insert. What's up, Duncan?
Duncan DT tipped $5. All right, these moves make me want for Stone Week.
Nice, Duncan. Well, we're going to get it, because there's no way we're going to go another 500 pages tonight, so... We may have to do some lunchtime streams just to catch up with it. Now, this is a good death roll. So basically what you get here, this is kind of a mixture of Blades in the Dark plus Dungeon World. On a 10 or higher, you get to come back, right? You're back with a hit point. You can keep fighting. Most of the time, you're gonna roll a 7, 8, or 9, and you're not dead, but you're out of the fight. That's your penalty. You got to 0 hit points. Sorry, you're gonna have to sit this one out. On a 6 or minus, you get to pick, right? You can either go out like a super mega champ, right? This is kind of like the sacrifice, or the from Fabula Ultima, or the what's it called in Daggerheart? Blaze of Glory. Or you can become a zombie or a ghost, or if you know one of the names of the things below, you can call on it and basically become a thrall to the dark powers. So obviously these last two are kind of dramatic choices, but given the fantasy vibes, that might be something that you are interested in doing. Hey, we got a super chat. Second monster. Lunch stream bribe. We may have no choice. 15 insight if we want to do it in time. This might be too much. We'll do it. We'll do a couple playbooks on each lunch. We'll do some themed playbooks on the lunch. I think most of the time, right? Obviously, this means that, the players don't necessarily can't die. But like, this is a player choice, right? They're going to do this if they are interested in that element of the storyline. A lot of people are going to say, I don't see my character as a ghost or a zombie or a thrall to darker powers. No, this is just their time to come, and I'm going to go out like a boss, and that's it. Hard persuade, no help, stop, I romance your PC, BS. Correct. I mean, at the end of the day, if, somebody says, is there any way I could ever convince you to love me, to love my PC, and you say no, then that's it. It just drops the line. I mean, I saw that Boothby had said, like, I dislike that you can just kind of shake it off, but, I understand why it's a thing. I get why it's here. Hey, thank you for the Prime subby, Adam. I still don't like the seek insight move, but I do like these death moves. All right, cool enough. Yeah, some people don't like that, the whole, you need to roll to get more answers or questions. But the idea here, by the way, is that, these questions aren't just like, what's here? That type of thing should be answered as part of the normal back and forth of the conversation, right? This is almost specifically meta information. Things like, what here is valuable to me, even if it's not apparent, right? This will answer that question. Who is really in control here? What is not what it appears to be? What is about to happen? What happened here recently, right? So this is like a way of kind of interfacing with the metafiction. And that's why it's a mechanical move. And that's why it relies on that mechanical element, because it's kind of interfacing with stuff that isn't actually apparent in the fiction, right? If it's something that would be apparent in the fiction, it should be handled as part of the normal conversational back and forth, right? Like, yeah, the bandits have clubs, or whatever. This is for stuff that is sort of, kind of, it's like the player, not the PC, the player needs information and wants it not from the scene, but from the GM, right? Like, it's almost like you're pausing the movie to ask the GM questions, right? Player to GM, right? Normally it was PC in looking into the world, right? The PC was looking around the world. What does my PC see? This is a way for like the player to ask questions of the GM in a very meta way. And it kind of gain, and this move is, I think, so important, and I don't think people appreciate it enough, because I've talked about this before, but like RPGs are hard because, it's not really apparent to anybody, like what, it's not always important to everybody. Like it might be obvious to you as a GM. Oh, it's very clear that these bandits are being, they're being forced, and they're being, they're only here because their families are being held hostage. And I just expect that my players are going to be able to figure that out. No, RPGs are hard, and the information back and forth is very clunky and inefficient. And a lot of times players just don't figure shit out, because you're not good at that and they're not good at that. And sometimes it's nice to just have this sort of, available. But see, that's the key, Adam, right? Look at this move. When you study a situation or person, looking to the GM for insight, right? This is you quite literally appealing to like a higher authority, and being like, look, maybe that information is diegetically available. Or, Adam, maybe that information isn't diegetically available, right? Like, because you said if the information is important to what? Important to what? The story? There is no story, Adam, right? The idea that there should be information that, the what's the rule? The 3 clue rule, right? The 3 clue rule exists because the assumption is that for your mystery to work, the players have to solve it, right? The reason that information is like, okay, fair enough. Adam says, no, I get it, but I also don't like people who pause movies to ask questions. Did you know that in this scene, Vigo really broke his toe? Okay, so Adam gets it, just also doesn't like that. So that's fine. That's fair. That's totally fair, Right. So again, it's also kind of a way, I think, also like you said, of a player saying, you know, I kind of want more out of this scene than you know, than is available. So anyways, TLDR, like, you don't need to use this. Muscrop says, my wife kept pausing during Dune to ask me questions. Took about 5 hours to watch it. Yeah, so like you know, you're watching Dune, right? And, you know, you're like, you know, you ask some question and you're like, oh, you know, Alia seems really cool and everything like that. And you're like, pause, like, what should I be on the lookout for here? Well, the thing is Alia was preborn, and she gained full sentience and full, you know, spectrum awareness as like an infant. And so she didn't have like the sense of self that a normal person would have. And so she's actually at risk of becoming an abomination. And actually she is kind of being possessed by one of her past lives. In this case, Baron Vladimir Harkonnen. And you're like, there's no way that the player character would ever know that at that stage of the show or the movie. But, you know, like, as a PC or as a player, you know, you can know that information and use it to sort of guide your direction. So anyways, sorry, hashtag spoilers. Well, okay, but except, okay, wait, thing is, if you haven't read the books, I mean, what's wrong with you? And then if you're relying on the Denis Villeneuve movies, the next movie is going to cover the events of Dune Messiah, which is to say that Alia will be totally normal. Alia doesn't become an abomination until the third book, Children of Dune. So anyways, Yeah. Dune has a ton of internal monologues. That is a very good example of that. And they do that. They don't do that really. They kind of do it a little bit in the Denis Villeneuve movie, but in the David Lynch version, there's a ton of internal monologuing in that movie. It's like, it's when they do like the quiet whisper talking. Okay. Here are the moves that we use for our followers. We sort of hinted at these earlier. I'm not going to really go into this, but I mean, I love the David Lynch version. Don't get me wrong. The Denis Villeneuve movie is beautiful and it's wonderful. It's visually stunning. I loved the first Dune much more than the second Dune. I don't know about this third Dune. Looks like it could be good. But the David Lynch version has a deep and abiding place and will always have a deep and abiding place in my heart. So, Saint Alia of the Knife. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Richard Jordan, who played Duncan Idaho in those movies, was dying, pretty aggressively dying of cancer at that time. So, he didn't really get a lot of screen time because he was kind of dying. Anyways, weirding modules. I love them. I actually do love them. I know that's crazy, but I do love them. Yes. Are you talking about the warrior chant Hibigami? That's a really cool. That hoot, rah, hoot. It almost sounds like a Maori chant. Very cool. Anyways, you can, if you direct your followers to do something that would trigger a player move, instead you can have your, we're just going deep into the David Lynch version now. Muad'Dib, my name is a killing word. They are ready. But first, I must... But first, I must be ready. I must conquer the worm. I must conquer Shai Hulud. The spice is the worm. The worm is the spice. Correct. Roll for combat. We are roll for combat. We are going to have to turn this into Stonetop week because there's no way I'm going to be able to go long enough to do this. But everyone has been so generous. You know, listen, you got to make that money somehow. Roll for combat. I don't have the advantage of being a publishing juggernaut like you. Okay. Oh, that's the baby. Oh, that's the baby. It's the baby girl. It's the baby. All right. No surprise here, but from a lamp black and Lampback and Brimstone book, but we do have our expedition moves. These moves apply when you prepare for, undertake, or return from an expedition. So this game mechanizes traveling. Okay. And kind of glosses over it a little bit. When you wish to travel to a distant place, name or describe your destination. If the route is unclear, tell the GM how you intend to reach it. The GM will then tell you what's required, the risks, and how long it will likely take. When you set out on that journey, the GM will present each of the challenges one at a time, plus any surprises that you couldn't have seen coming, in whatever order makes them all sense. Once you address them all, you will reach your destination. So you might see, there, this seems like this isn't even really a move. It isn't, but what it's giving you a procedure for when people want to travel. That's all. It's just it's like a function, you know, like computer science. You're entering this function. When the players wish to travel to a distant place, this is how you do it. Tell me where you're going. The route's unclear. How do you intend to reach it? All right, here's what's required. Here are the risks and how long it's going to take. Once you begin going, we'll present the journey, the challenges. Once you address them all, you're there. That's it. That's the procedure for traveling. Here is preparing for an expedition in a friendly community. This lets you mark boxes on your inventory as you wish to carry. And here we can kind of see some Blades in the Dark tech. So when you prepare, you can mark as many, this basically mark means you have it, on your inventory insert as you wish to carry, either on specific items or in undefined. If you mark up to 3 items, you have a light load. If you mark 4 to 6 items, you have a normal load. And if you have a 7 to 9 items, you are a heavy load. Also mark a number of square box small items equal to your prosperity. You can select any items on the inventory insert, any other common items, or any of your personal possessions. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so here is an example. This is the inventory insert. So when you travel, you'd pull out your inventory insert and you mark these little boxes. Now note, you can mark supplies, even more supplies. You can use these when you're recovering, when you're making camp. You can bring a mess kit, a bedroll, blanket, change of clothes, a torch, firewood, hatchet, mallet, spears, iron, bows, arrows, shields. And here are some of the other. Now notice, you can also mark undefined items. Now, there's a move, apparently, called Have What You Need. And that move will let you move check marks from undefined down to thing below. So this is sort of a quantum inventory. I'm assuming that it comes at a cost. Not even. All right. When you decide that you had something all along, transfer a mark from your undefined inventory to a specific item or slot. If you mark a slot, fill it with a common mundane item or something from your personal possessions. Alternatively, you can expend a use of supplies to mark an additional small item. Whatever you produce, it must be something you could have had all along. The GM or any player can veto unreasonable items. So let's figure this out. This basically means that for all intents and purposes, you should just mark undefined and leave your inventory quantum. Now, if you really want to make sure that no one can call BS that you know, in fact, did bring, 2 long spears, then mark it before you leave. Right? Mark the 2 long spears, and then no one can call BS on your bullshit. But if you want to come and you want to take a standard load of 6 items, mark 6 undefined items, and then as you progress, you will move that check down to here. So once you've done that, now we can go, okay, you are now carrying a bedroll. You are now carrying a blanket. You're still carrying 4 other things which are undefined until we define them, right? So this is what we mean by a quantum inventory, sometimes referred to as a quantum ogre. This is a quantum inventory. Why is this good? Because otherwise your players will dither and spend forever trying to figure out exactly what they need. Now, sometimes you are, for almost 99% of the time, benefited from just saying, all right, I'm going to mark, 6 undefined boxes and we can leave. But some people are very specific. They're like, no. I really want to make sure that I bring a blanket and a rope. And I'm like, okay, cool. Mark that. You can mark all 6 items. You can define before you even leave what you want. And you know what? That's good too. Because if someone knows exactly what they want and they don't want to mark the quantum inventory, great, cool. Just let them mark it. And also too, no one can call BS on them, right? Like, why would your character really have 2 long spears, right? You could imagine somebody, saying that, right? Now that I'm thinking about it, actually, I think that it's 1 long spear. It just means it needs 2 items to take it. Yeah. I think you're right, Zipperfist. I think it costs 2 inventory slots to have it, but you know what I mean. There you go. So see, what you could do is you could mark bow and iron arrows. And then down here, you could put second bow and then mark the box. No, motherfucker. I brought 2 bows. And by the way, for people asking about the ammo, so here's an example of bow and arrow. So when you're shooting your bow and arrows, if you rolled a 7, 8, or 9, you could decide to mark one of the ammo boxes. And if you mark the first ammo box, you would mark the low ammo box, which basically means nothing. It just means you're running low on ammo. If you had to mark ammo again, you would see now that you are all out. However, note that with javelins, if you mark ammo, you just go straight to all out. So if you really wanted to be super Legolas, you would mark bow and iron arrows, and you could mark extra arrows. And you could see that would basically give you 5 ammo boxes, because you could mark low ammo, all out, plenty left, low ammo, and then all out. But that's 2 of your, 6 slots. That's assuming, by the way, that you're usually taking a normal load of stuff, right? Not gonna lie, this is this Blades in the Dark, etc. This is my favorite inventory system, basically, of all time. I love IP in Fabula Ultima. I like this even more. This works perfect. Now, to be fair, in a challenge-based dungeon exploration game, this loses a little bit of its thunder. Part of the fun of a challenge-based, a game is, did you bring the right stuff? Were you a smart enough, good enough player to make the right choices? Totally fair in a challenge-based dungeon crawl game. But that is not this. And this is fine, fun, quick, entertaining. There's still a lot of player choices. It doesn't feel overly punishing, and most importantly, it avoids the endless dithering that your players will do as they try to figure out this. Now, note that this isn't even, by the way, technically part of your character sheet. It's an inventory insert. That's why it says inventory for blank. The idea is almost like you could almost keep this sheet off to the side or in your folder. You really only need it when your character outfits for a journey. If you're just sitting around the town or doing stuff and you're not going on a journey, you're not going to have any of this stuff, Yeah. Now, you know, if it's the middle of summer and somebody wants to use their undefined to bust out snowshoes or a cloak or thick hides, you know, maybe you do call bullshit, right? But anyways. Opinion on quantum toolkits instead of listing out all the knickknacks. So the original Dungeon World used the Adventurers Pack, which was basically just a quantum toolkit. I will admit I prefer what Stonetop does. I actually like that it's a list. I like listing out all the knickknacks. I like the knickknacks. I'm not going to lie. So here is our primary recovery. When you take time to catch your breath and tend to what ails you. So this doesn't mean a full night's sleep, but it also doesn't mean it's a 2-minute catch your breath, right? It means you have a brief amount of, 5e terms, it would almost be more like a short rest, right? You expend 1 use of supplies and you recover hit points equal to 4 plus the prosperity of your town. You cannot gain this benefit again until you take more damage. So you get 1 shot, but it does take a use of your supplies. When you tend to a debility or a problematic wound, say how. The GM will either say that it's taken care of or will tell you what is required to do so. It could be defying danger. It could be expending some supplies. It could be finding some other sort of resource. You need to find some king's foil, athelas. It's a weed. You could need to find X, or you could have to potentially fully make camp. So this is sort of our short rest move, right? All right, this is important. One of the problems with PBTA is Dungeon World does not do group moves well. And I think group moves are very important, and Blades in the Dark does group moves extremely well. So we have struggle as 1. When you defy danger as a group, establish the party's approach and each roll plus stat per defy danger. On a 6-, you find yourself in a spot. The GM will describe it or ask you to. On a 7 through 9, you pull your weight. On a 10 or higher, you do well enough to get someone else out of a spot if you can tell us how. If you roll a 6-, but someone saves you, don't mark XP. So basically, for every 10 or higher that you roll, you cancel out someone else's 6-. And a 7, 8, or 9 just means you pulled your own weight. So theoretically, you could still have a world where, 2 people in your party roll 7, 8, or 9, 3 people in your party roll a 6-, and, the 3 people end up putting themselves in a spot. I've seen similar approaches like this, I think maybe in Homebrew World, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe, I don't remember where. There's been so many. Could be freebooters. I don't remember. It's still not as elegant to me as Blades in the Dark. But I do like that everybody gets to roll. I do like that it resolves as one process, one procedure. And I do like that the people who are really good in the party can help cover for the people who are not good, which I think solves a lot of the issues that we're trying to go for. And we have a sort of FBT move. Whenever you spend a stretch of time together, ask the others in the company if they want to keep company. If they do, take turns asking PCs the following questions. Now you might say, Derek, I don't understand. Why do we need a move for this? You don't, but the whole point of Stonetop and a PBTA is to proceduralize, to put in the rules the important parts. This is saying the quiet part out loud, right? This is saying this game mechanically cares about asking your fellow PCs, how do we pass the time? It's not just something that, you know, you're supposed to figure out or supposed to talk about, or I guess figure it out from watching Critical Role or something like that. No, this is this game saying this is a part of our game, and we think it's important. So here's the procedure for keeping company. Do you need this rule? No, but I think this is the type of thing that like role-playing games skip over and then wonder, how do people learn how to play them? Well, like this. All right. When you make camp, when you settle in to rest in an unsafe area, answer the GM's questions about your campsite. Each member of the party must consume 1 use of supplies or provisions. If you use a mess kit, then 1 use can provide up to 4 people. If you eat and drink your fill and get at least a few hours of sleep, pick one. You can either regain HP equal to half your math or cleared ability. If your rest was particularly enjoyable, you also gain advantage on your next roll. There's a forage rule. So you can see that this game mechanizes, you know, similar to Forbidden Lands or Coriolis or Land of Eam, right? We've got a lot of rules here for doing the stuff that people normally skip over. Hey, thank you for the Prime subby, Azure Wolf. Appreciate you. And again, I think that that's important. In wintertime, by the way, you have disadvantage, right? Seasonality matters. So you can acquire some extra provisions. You could acquire a checkbox of provisions. You could discover something interesting or useful, or you could avoid some danger or risk. When you return home in triumph, having saved your fellows, put down a threat, or seized an opportunity, you get to clear one of the Steading's debilities. And if the Steading has no debilities, then you can increase their fortunes attribute by 1. So this is how you heal your community or basically buff it, right? Fortunes is one of their, it's sort of the general, how's this community doing? So if the community is suffering from being diminished or being malcontent or lacking, when you return in triumph, you can clear one of those. If all of those are cleared, you can increase the fortune, right, of the town mechanically. So this is literally a way of reflecting mechanically, right? Going to the Steading playbook and saying, hey, that fortunes is going from +1 to +2, or that fortunes is going from +2 to +3, or hey, you know, our group was, our community was diminished by doubt about, you know, the coming winter. We returned having seized that opportunity. Our group was able to, you know, secure a trade deal with the nearby community, and we are going to have enough, you know, meat and grain to get through the winter. We clear this debility, you know. Now, there better be a return and defeat next. Well, unfortunately, I think that kind of goes without saying, Cinnabos. I mean, if you return and defeat, presumably the opportunity was not seized or the threat wasn't put down, which should probably create problems, right? So we also get a set of moves. Now, you can also see how some of these moves only apply at certain phases of the game. All of these camping, foraging, traveling moves only matter when your group is, let's say, you know, leaving, and, you know, your guys are going to leave Stonetop, and you are going to cross the flats and head to Blackwater Lake, right? Having crossed the flats and entering into the Steplands, right? Well, you know, now we need to know our expedition rules, right? Now we need to pull out our inventory sheets. But if we are just spending the session in town, right, dealing with some, you know, I don't know, political drama or something like that between the, you know, I don't know, the smith and the town, you know, mayor or whatever, we probably don't need those rules, and we don't need those sheets. So there's kind of this idea of compartmentalizing or modularizing the game. No problem, Edward. I'm actually going to stop at page 100, having only gotten through what I was going to get through with no tips. And we're just going to have to, we're going to have to keep this thing going. In future streams. I don't want to blow out my voice on the first stream back. I don't want to have to return to convalescing, right? But here are downtime moves. This is what happens when you're at home, and this is when you're interacting with the Steading's population and resources, right? So, you know, if you're back in town and you rest for a few days, you get your HP back to max. You clear all your abilities, you know? If you're there for a few weeks and you're under the care of a healer, you can get rid of any permanent wounds or problematic issues, right? Now, Pumpkin, you asked about fronts or clocks, but I see this. If you have suffered a permanent injury or impairment, either retire or make a plan to adapt to it. I'm wondering if make a plan is something similar to either clocks or to like a Dungeon World ritual. I'm going to jump ahead here a little bit. There you go. When you wish to accomplish some project but don't know how to go about doing it, tell the GM what you hope to achieve. They'll say what's required. If you're stumped on how to accomplish one of the requirements, tell the GM and make a plan for that. Make a plan is a formalized way for a player to say, I want to accomplish X, and for you to tell them the requirements. This is a long-term project. Yada, 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 yada. This is the classic, I want to change the game for me. This is Blades in the Dark long-term project. This is, for me, one of the best, coolest, most awesomest ways of handling anything in any game ever. I remember when we were playing our Scum and Villainy campaign, you know, Smith was an ex-Imperial hegemon, whatever, and he wanted to basically like acquire / salvage together an old, you know, colonial, you know, Space Marine tactical armor, you know? And I was like, okay, let's make a long-term project. The group wanted to, you know, install hyper light drives onto their ship. Okay, cool. Make a project, right? Anything that the players want to do, you just tell them the requirements. You start up a clock or whatever, or just tell them the requirements. You need to do X, Y, and Z. Once you've done X, Y, and Z, you've got it done, right? So it's ye old ye rituals. Same exact idea. Very cool. All right. The deploy move is when you send your Steading's people into danger or rally them against attack. So you use it both for offense and defense. On a 10 or higher, it goes as well as expected. On a 7, 8, or 9, it works, but choose one from the list below. If the Steading is acting from a position of strength, you get to choose. Otherwise, the GM chooses for you. So, for example, if our town is attacked by raiders and bandits, and we are well prepared for the attack, and we roll a 7, 8, or 9, the players, would get to choose from this 3 lists. Either an NPC dies, the town becomes diminished, or our defense is less effective than we would have expected. And perhaps the bandits are able to, you know, steal some of our livestock or get away with some of our weapons and things like that. And if we're at home, only at home, and we have enough XP, and we level up. We increase our level by 1. We choose a new move from our playbook or an insert class that you have unlocked. So apparently this game has like a version of, I mean, I think that Ghost might have been like an insert, but like there might be like prestige classes. If you're blessed, your new level is even. You get 1 more to your stock These are specific to the player boss. Review your instinct and appearance and change anything that you no longer feel appears. So when you level up, you basically just get a new move from your playbook, basically. So, for example, somebody asked earlier, what would happen if you return in failure? Well, I think that's where the meet with disaster move comes in. Like if there was a massive threat and the party failed to deal with it, you might argue that when calamity befalls the spreading, reduce the fortunes by 1. If fortunes would drop below -1 for any reason, then the GM picks 1 instead. They mark diminished, they mark lacking, they mark malcontent. Or folks start to leave your community, reduce the population by 1. So one thing that I think is really important to note here, and I think this is a problem I have, so it might be a problem that you have, which is there's a tendency. This is, we'll go to a tangent real quick. I have this problem. It's a problem. I've gotten better at it, but I'm about to kick off this week. I'm going to kick off my One Ring campaign for my patrons. We're going to be doing session 0. And the One Ring, it tells, the stories of, not the, heir of Elendil or, the Maya Ishtari wizard sent to, guide the free peoples at the behest of Eru Iluvatar and the Valar. These are, the men and women, the hobbits and the dwarves and the elves, that, through their heroic deeds make a difference. They aren't, Aragorn. They're not Gandalf, but they can make a difference. But also, that's not to say that the stakes can't be high. But there's a tendency for GMs to escalate, to make everything life or death. And this is a part of the problem, which is why GMs sometimes feel pushed into a corner and end up feeling like they have to fudge or cheat. Because they've set up a situation where if the PCs fail, then it means total and complete disaster and the game is over. And not only does the GM then feel compelled to fudge or cheat, but also the players can end up feeling like that was really, really unsatisfying and fun. We failed once and the world ended, basically. If you want a game that has longevity, and, it's ironically, when the stakes are cataclysmic, when the stakes are existential, it's weirdly kind of easy because the players never have to live with the consequences of their failure because they either succeed, obviously, or they fail and basically the campaign's over. There's no living with their defeat. So the reason I bring this up is because, I have a tendency, and it's something that even I'm aware of, which is, you're setting up a threat to Stonetop and you end up setting up a existential threat. And you portray it, outside of this game, outside of this mechanic, you would portray it as something like, the raiders are coming. And if the players fail to stop the raiders, they'll destroy the town. They'll kill all of its inhabitants. They'll raze it to the ground. Right? That's like the default D&D, but historically that just didn't really happen. And even if it did happen, it was rare. And even then, if you put yourself in that situation with those kind of stakes every single time, well, then either you're going to have to play a system that really, 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 really biases the players towards always succeeding, like Pathfinder 2 or D&D, or you're going to have to play a system where you're prepared to fudge and cheat, or your game is going to end and Stonetop is going to be destroyed very quickly. So the reason I bring this up is because let's say there were raiders and they were going to attack the town and the players failed to stop that from happening. So calamity befalls our Steading and it meets with disaster. Well, what happens is we reduce the fortunes by 1. We don't blow up the town. We don't kill every living inhabitant. We reduce the fortunes by 1. It's a kick in the teeth. It sucks. And if the fortunes would go below -1, our town can literally start to fall apart. But it's still not dead yet. It means that our threats and our town need to be robust, but they can't be, it literally can't be life or death every single time. You know what I mean? Because if you do that, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment and you're setting yourself up for failure. And so again, I think that is the important lesson to take from here, which is your town. You know, we look at our Steading playbook. Let's say our town starts at fortunes of +1. So if our town meets with disaster, its fortune becomes 0. It doesn't become a pile of dust and ash. It becomes 0. Then, if it happens again, the fortunes go down to -1. Okay, things are looking very bad for our town, but, you know, we've suffered from numerous ratings. You know, people are definitely feeling the effects. It's only at that time when we would start having, you know, diminishment, lacking, malcontent, right? Correct. Like instead of blowing up the town, maybe the smith dies. In fact, that's literally, right? One of, you know, one of the options that we saw from, you know, deploying. You know, if the town has to defend against the raiders and they roll a 6-, maybe, you know, the GM picks a PC in day action and they die. So, you know, the thing is like, it doesn't have to be cataclysmic in the end of the world, but there's a natural tendency in GMs, and I have it too. So that's why I'm speaking to you, to just always be escalating, right? The stakes have to be existential, life or death, you know, come hell or high water. Vin is here. He says, so far, there's some of this I don't hate, and that's the best you're going to get from me when it comes to PBTA. All right. Respect. I'll take it. Now we've got another set of moves for trading and bartering and pulling the community together. So this is all the way that the group will interface and interact with the community. So the community really is its own character, right? And this gives you, the GM and your players, legitimate tools. And it means that when the players are out there and they're doing stuff with their PCs and they're doing things like increasing the population or the fortunes or the prosperity. Well, Vin, it's a 600-page book. There's going to be a lot of moves. You know, I think the thing that you have to realize, though, Vin, is let's say you were playing this game and you were using D&D, and the group of players goes, hey, we want to pull the community together and set them to work on a new improvement to, you know, to build a wall of some type or a fence or something or a watchtower in our town. D&D and Pathfinder 2 and nearly every other role-playing game in existence would say, you're on your own, GM. Figure it out. Make it up. So this move isn't really a move. It's just a way to guide the GM through a procedure. Because in any other game, it would just be on the GM to make that shit up. And you know what? Historically, most from Reddit posts and comments, most people either are bad at that or just flat out don't do that. And they basically go, let's not deal with any of that here. Let's just go play Curse of Strahd for the 5th time. So I personally think that having these so-called moves, number one, these are the town moves. These moves are, if the players are out on an adventure, these moves are never going to come up, right? If the players are out on an expedition, these moves aren't going to come up. It's only when the players are engaging with the town's people as an entity, as in a whole, leading their defense, setting them to work on a project. Oh, absolutely. That you are correct. So But that doesn't ask the question of, number one, is the GM even capable of making that ruling? And most importantly, number two, as a player and as a person, how, when the GM makes up something, almost certainly that is just going to be a vibe-based feeling, right? It's very rare that GMs will make a ruling that is going to be like mechanically integrated well into the other systemic elements of the game, right? And I know this, you know this, is like, the GMs just tend to describe things. They don't tend to actually like change things. So, I think, well, this game says that they should, Duncan. And the reason why this is because one of the things that I always say is, what matters gets managed, right? And what has rules gets repeated. And so what gets rewarded gets repeated. So I think there's something to be said about a game saying, I care about this and we're going to give this procedures, It also means that as a player, you understand, you may not necessarily, these aren't hidden behind any rulings. You understand already in advance how interacting with your town works. And I think that's also an important aspect of a game, rather than just relying on GM fiat and GM bias and a GM just hand waving something, Yes, it's just a way of proceduralizing the role. It's no different really than, right, exactly. No, this is only going to be used when you're in town. And also too, to be 100% clear, if for some odd reason, no player or the GM remembered that there's a trade and barter move and they end up calling for something else, that's not the end of the world, right? It's not a huge deal. So, and I think it should be really highlighted again. None of these moves are entirely prescriptive as to everything that you can do. You can still do anything. And in fact, I would argue that no matter how many of these things there is no way that there's enough to ever handle everything. The most important part is that at the end of the day, the GM can just make a move. These are designed to provide mechanical guidance and in some cases a role. And I think worst case scenario is you don't look at that. Well, I think you are being, it's you, so I'll be mean. I think you're being woefully naive at comparing, looking up one of the, town moves versus most GMs basically completely falling apart and or ignoring and or coming up with a terrible decision. I think it would take more GMs way more time to come up with something on the fly than to just look up a move, So, I think that this is, and also I don't have any problems with a game that says we are going to take time and care about this element of the game. I would agree with you more if the town was just, because let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is. In almost every other RPG, everything outside of combat is kind of just like hand wavy bullshit, doesn't matter anyways, right? This, but we get, 50 pages of combat rules, right? With bonus for being on high ground and bonus for being, flanking and bonus if, is it light fog or is it heavy fog? Is it, light cover, standard cover, greater cover? Do you get a bonus to your reflex save or not? Do you count as having evasion in this situation or not? Do you take half to, right? We get rules for difficult terrain and hazardous terrain. We get all these rules because the game rightfully assumes that you're going to be spending a lot of time in combat. And that's the way people play the game. And there's this idea of like, well, here's a whole section of rules for a part of the game that may never happen. Okay, I could get that. That's a reasonable complaint. Why do we need all these rules for an element or a part of the game that doesn't come up that often? Okay, but I think Stonetop is trying to say the town is the most important part of the game. You might need to know these. You should be complaining about the fact that there's a rule for the clash, for melee combat. I think these rules might actually be more important than other rules, Not to belabor it, but it's the game that I've been preparing to play. But in the One Ring, there are 3 distinct subsystems for, what I'll call more mechanical scene resolution, which are the conflicts, right? Which is a journey, a journey, a council, and a combat. And they each have their own specific rules. But the One Ring is also very clear. They're like, you're going to be journeying a lot. You're going to be counseling a lot, and you're going to be combating, enough to make it, worth reading. But like when a game goes, and again, I'm not a draw steel aficionado, but I could imagine a world where draw steel has a huge section of rules for negotiations, and then a bunch of people make adventures, or a bunch of people play draw steel, and they're all obsessed with all their really hyper cool combat powers and their heroic resources, and you never really use the negotiation system. It's just this massive chunk of rules that no one uses, and so you forget to use it. So I think there's an argument to be made there, but I don't think that these moves are extraneous. I think these moves are core to the experience. And in fact, I argue that they might be more important, maybe, than even some of the other moves. So I don't mind them in that respect. If we're talking about like a bunch of moves that'll never trigger and never come up, and it's kind of like not even secondary, but tertiary to the game's core experience, then yeah, I could see that being, more of a point. Hey, here's this really, really, no. Draw Steel has all those road building rules, right? Right? Isn't there like road building rules and fishing rules, right? Like there's a whole mechanical subsystem for building roads. That's something where I go, wow, okay, how often is that happening? Jackal says, I've GM'd more Draw Steel these past 10 months than Matt Colville, and I still haven't run a negotiation. So now, yes. Well, you say that, but there's a lot of Dungeons and Dragons games that have never involved people ever really going into a dungeon or really ever fighting a dragon. So, yeah, and there's a modularity there too, Cinnabos, exactly, with the element of the buckets, like you say. Hey, we're doing, and also too, some of these, I'm okay with some of these moves being things that you don't memorize. It's almost more of a rite of passage, right? Like, for example, like when the seasons change, I could see it being very, like, I don't expect people to just know these and pull these out of their ass off the cuff. It's almost more of a ritual, right? Like, hey, I don't know exactly how the game determines time passing. That might be there might actually be a system for that. But like, hey guys, because the game clearly starts, it very specifically says that the game starts when spring bursts upon the land. And we make that fortune roll, and we either get a seasonal gain or a new threat. Okay. But we might say after a particular expedition or a particular period of town play, hey, everyone, the hot days of summer are beginning to settle across the land, right? Whoever in the party is the most content will roll plus fortunes, the town's fortunes. On a 10 or higher, pick 2 seasonal gains. On a 7, 8, or 9, pick one seasonal game. On a 6 or minus, a threat to the steading makes itself known or it gets worse. Whichever result you roll, the steading generates 1d4 minus 1 surplus. Then the fortunes reset back to +1. So it's kind of almost this like this ritual of sort of showcasing it. So the kind of game that this system is designed to play, in my opinion, is very much the fate of a town. And the town in a sort of dangerous points of light world with low technology, low magic, and that town will have opportunities and threats. And it is up to the players as sort of important or, fated members of that community to either try to prevent or deal with those threats or to seize those opportunities for the betterment of the town. And to watch as years go by in the game, the town flourish and grow and change, or to watch the town wither away and fail. So, yeah, I think it's like a town builder. Yeah, in a sense. And at the end of the day, as a Derek, like I'm looking at this playbook of the Stonetop, and I'm thinking about like basically how do I pimp my town, right? How do I pimp my ride? Like I want to get my town's, defenses up. I want to improve the ring wall. I might want to get armor for our militia. I want to get additional housing as our town grows. I want to improve our ability to trade. I want to build up the town. Oh, guys, let's make an inn. We're becoming a popular thoroughfare on the way. Like we've really improved the safety of the town, and we've got people going from Gordon's Delve down to Farrier's Fen, and they're stopping in Stonetop, and we should build an inn, to attract that. Very hard sell for a lot of groups. 100%. The game started off by giving a massive list of everything that this game is not, Vin. And, it said, I'm trying to find it here. Here we go. Everyone should buy into the game's core premise. The PCs are heroes of an isolated village in a fantasy Iron Age. They have roots in the village and care about its inhabitants. Adventures involve defending the village from threats or seizing opportunities for their home. If you want to play rootless wanderers in search of fortune and glory, this is not the game for you. Maybe try Freebooters on the Frontier instead, which is another game from Lamp Black. There's also an element here which says about like this is not a game where you're being you're trying to beat the game, you're trying to overcome the challenges that the GM presents, you're trying to master the game. It's not a game that is trying to like ask you to beat it. You're not trying to win the game. And I don't remember where we saw that, but we did cover that. Okay. So as seasons change, the town will kind of adapt and change. And what's interesting too here is this kind of creates a natural sort of progression, right? Like as you move through the year, you will get new advantages, but also potentially new threats, which again, you could think of like as fronts or clocks, new opportunities, new threats the players will have to deal with. if when you finally get to the end of the year, winter will grip the land. And whoever is weariest rolls 1d4 plus your town's population. So this is where having a higher population is a bad thing. The Steading consumes that much surplus. So you could argue that what you're kind of sort of trying to do throughout the year is to make sure that your town can make it through winter. Because if there's not enough surplus, then surplus goes to 0 and you meet with disaster. And then you have to pick one of the following. Reduce population by 1 due to death, decrepitude, and departure. An important resource is lost. An important NPC dies, or your PC dies, leaves, or retires from play. So this is a situation where a player character might literally choose to retire their character just to, save the town from disaster. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so you meet with disaster and this, Cinnabos. Correct. I mean, one of the classic things from Torchbearer, even the One Ring, right? In the One Ring, you don't adventure in the wintertime. In Torchbearer and Mouse Guard, you do not adventure in the Winter Guard. Right, yeah, you hang up the sword and become a farmer, right? I mean, that's pretty cool, You lose your faith and you leave the town, you weren't able to stop it, and you can't stand to see, what became of the town, that kind of stuff, right? Which is really cool. And so on and so forth. Just reflavor the whole thing with Stardew Valley. So we've already kind of covered the, the inventory system, and we talked about that a little bit. That's dark in a game all about the town. You literally give up on your home and leave. Yeah, Jams, I mean, but Jams, think about that, like from the context of like, so many small towns in America, or small villages, maybe in India or Europe, right? Or in China, where, the village is struggling and the young people say, I'm not going to be like you, mom and dad. This place is dying and I refuse to die with it. I'm leaving. I'm going to South. I'm going to seek my fortunes in LA and New York. I'm leaving my small town behind. Like that's cool storytelling for me. And it happened dynamically and because of play. And I think that's what makes it really cool. Like you could write that as your character's arc. It loses some of that punch when you sort of just make it happen, So we already talked about items because we actually skipped ahead to this. So, okay, here we talk about value. The world of Stonetop has no central government, no common currency, and no standard exchange rates. So what is a fair trade? Items are given values from 0 to 4. Value is more of a logarithmic scale than linear. That alone should tell you everything you need to know about this game, that it's describing it as a logarithmic. So a single value 2 item is maybe worth a dozen value 1. 3 1s don't add up to a 3. When you roll a 10 or higher to trade and barter, a fair price means you're trading within the same value. But the exchange still might not be 1 to 1. It might be 2 to 1 or 3 to 1, especially if you're trading something common for something imported. And so here's an example of like what things might be worth from a value perspective. A single silver coin, a favor, a few days of unskilled labor. Now remember, value 1 is maybe literally worth a dozen or more of this, right? A handful of coins, a season of unskilled labor, maybe a silk scarf. A value 2 could be an entire purse of silver coins, a single gold coin, a year of unskilled labor. And then they don't even, oh, here we go. Value 3, a handful of gold coins, a year of skilled labor, a single good trained horse. And a value 4 would be a purse of gold coins, a dozen horses, a priceless item, right? So, you know, I like the logarithmic scale. It means it just feels bigger and more important. These are examples are pretty good, Sinmad. Yeah. Jam says, Frick, I'm a Stonetop PC that refuses to give up in winter. I'm still sticking around my dying hometown. There you go. So the economy mostly runs on trades and gifts. The coins that do exist are, you know, sort of, you know, indicated in this situation. So you can see the importance of a gold coin, right? A handful of gold coins is massive. And here are the gear tags. Terms that are in italics are tags. They have no specific mechanical effect, but they are part of the fictional positioning system. We talked about fictional positioning. They may allow you to do something that you couldn't do before. They may make the consequences less or worse. They may make the effect greater or lesser. Terms in regular typeface are mechanical and interact with rules or game elements. So these diamond boxes take up slots in your inventory. Armor takes armor damage off. Awkward. Now this is an example of an italicized, unwieldy, requires space, gets stuck. So if your group is fighting inside of, you know, some narrow mines where a group of, you know, rebels have seized a mine and your character is going in there with a long spear, the GM may rule you can't clash with your long spear inside the mines because it's awkward. And so that's an example of where they're ruling this. No. There's barely a combat system, Duncan. Definitely no grid. It's all theater of the mind. I'm going to assume very, very safely, but no grid component. There's not even an initiative order. You can even see here, the range tags, again, are in italicized, which means it's more of a fictional positioning. Close, reach, near, far, you know, hand to hand. So here's a list of common items and what value they may have. You don't need to roll anything to acquire them, but the GM might ask you where you got them from. So this is basically the stuff that you can always kind of pick up whenever you're in town, right? Firewood, a torch, a spare bowstring, that type of stuff. Here are our special items. If you want to acquire any of these items, you have to roll trade and barter. Things like a proper sword, or a tool, or a candle, or a lantern, armor, or a goat, or a sheep, or a pig, or a frickin' horse. Man, what up? All right. You finally managed to get your hand on a bulging purse of silver coins. The GM informs you that it is worth 3 value, and you finally have the opportunity. Long awaited, have you waited, and you finally get to pick. Which would you pick? Horse or mule? Because they're the same price. Poll going up. If I can find it. My bulging purse holds 2 load. Here's our information, by the way, for the mules and the horse. The mule is large, hardy, sure-footed, cautious, keen-nosed, and sterile, dealing with 14 massive hit points. Damage D6 plus 1. Instinct is to avoid danger. The cost, care and grooming. The horse is large, powerful, keen-nosed, and either swift or hardy. It only has 10 hit points, does more damage, but its instinct is to panic. And its cost is, again, care and grooming. We are tied here on the horse and mule. Jackass Torn Moons. Nice. By the way, folks, we are on page 97. So we're going to do 3 more pages, and we're going to end it for the night. That's right. It took us almost 5 hours to get through 100 pages of a 600-page book. So needless to say, you guys have absolutely crushed, absolutely demolished the tip goals. Super thankful tonight that you guys came out. Obviously, I didn't stream the last couple weeks, so it's cool that you guys were able to do this. So we will keep the Stone hype going, Stone Week. It's been a while since it's been last May, right? Was Dagger Week, Dagger hype. So we're gonna keep Stone hype going. We're gonna dig through this game, and then we're gonna dig into book 2. So we're gonna be talking about Stonetop here for at least a little while. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. We may have to do some lunchtime sessions just to get through it. Maybe I can bring some patrons on, or get Bob or Smith or something, or maybe even Steve Glicker or whatever, just to change it up. I don't vote. That's not my vote. I know what I would pick. But I'd pick a mule. I'll do a summary when we get to the things. Oh, this is nice. Look at this. So it says, just kind of as a kind of a nice way to summarize it. So what if you want to, here are some things you might want to do and how you would do them. So let's say we want to increase the fortunes of our town. The main ways that you would do this would be to undertake an expedition on behalf of the village and return triumphant. So you want to make the fortunes of your town get better? Go on expeditions on behalf of the town. Solve threats. Overcome challenges. Right? Seize opportunities.
Thaddeus tipped $50. My contribution to the community fund, NightCon.
Now, Thaddeus, I not only am I so thankful for that, but I'm also very saddened by that. Thaddeus, unfortunately, has told us that due to horrible, terrible work and them dropping a bunch of extra stuff on his plate, he is not going to be able to join us in about 4 weeks, give or take, maybe 5 weeks, for NightCon at Origins. I was looking forward to not just but Thaddeus is someone I've known for a long time through Night's Last Call, and it's always cool to be able to get a chance to see people in person again, and get to play, games with them and hang out with them and maybe get them onto a stream and stuff like that. So, unfortunately, Thaddeus, I'm sad to hear that you won't be attending. It would have been cool, to get you there. But I appreciate you throwing in for the funds. It should be a lot of fun. And, that $50 would have been his cost of admittance. So that's why it's very bittersweet, but I appreciate you for that anyways. Hopefully, fingers crossed, something happens and you can come anyways, in which case I will count you as paid. I am Sadius for Thaddeus, yes. Or we can complete a steading improvement that increases our fortunes, which makes sense. What if we want surplus? Well, this is how we would gain surplus for our village. What if we want to improve our town's defenses? Here is the way that we could do this. We could use the muster move. We could build a palisade or a stone wall. This reminds me very much of Forbidden Lands, where my group turned a humble ford of a river into a dedicated sign-up or dedicated fortress that including a watchtower, a palisade, and a moat. 15 insight. We have a channel called on the Discord. It's in the convention planning folder, or the convention planning channel, and it's called Origins 2026, and that's where we have the sign up there. Or you can just PM me or ping me or whatever. And again, so this is neat. After all that rules, it's like, hey, do you want to do this? Here's what you might do, right? And notice some of these things aren't mechanical. You know, if you want to increase population, you could go out and save or recruit or capture a bunch of people and bring them back to live in your village. That kind of hints of slavery a little bit. I don't know if that's necessarily what that was trying to say, but all right. All right, then we're going to improve in prosperity. What if we want to get some coin or we want to unlock a steading improvement? Again, this is just cool that the game is kind of telling us the mechanics, but also talking to us. This is one of the reasons why this game is probably so long. What if we want to find new Arcana or recruit followers or unlock the mysteries of one of our existing Arcana? Here's how we would do that. And very conveniently, that literally ends right before we get into the playbooks. So I didn't plan for that, but that's pretty awesome. So we have made it through the core how to play Stonetop. And now we are into the playbooks. So we have the Blessed, the Fox, the Heavy, the Judge, the Lightbearer, the Marshal, the Ranger, the Seeker, and the Would-Be Hero. And then we have like the sort of the bonus ones that we saw that could potentially happen, as well as our Stonetop study. So we have made it through 102 pages, 103 pages. So no. We are 16 point whatever percent through. 16 and 2/3 or whatever. Alrighty. So, summary. This is Dungeon World 2 if Dungeon World 2 wasn't Dungeon World 2. Dungeon World 2 went in a very different direction. Dungeon World 2 really broke away from the past of Dungeon World. It used a lot more of the modern sort of what we'll call PBTA tech. This feels like almost like the OSR of Dungeon World. Having played a lot of Dungeon World, I can tell you that these moves are a little bit cleaned up. They're a little bit clearer. They're going to run a little bit smoother. There's a lot more advice and discussion about how the moves work and how they work. Now, we haven't even gotten into like how does the game flow. This has all just been the basic moves and the indication. The main differentiator is Dungeon World did have steading moves, but this is taking those to 11. This is very much a game about the village. It's a game about growing and protecting the village, meeting its inhabitants, becoming engaged with it, having this legacy system. Now, we still haven't quite seen, how this game gets longevity, but what I'm going to guess is that the idea of playing this game for a long time might mean that you play the game for a long time, but you may not necessarily play your PC for a long time. I could see a lot of people dying. I could see a lot of people potentially choosing to retire their PC because to avoid a consequence that might happen to the town. In other words, like your PC takes an arrow for the town. And the game even very explicitly says, when you make a new PC, you start over at level 1 again. And they said, this isn't really a problem because the game doesn't scale vertically. You don't gain more hit points. You don't gain base attack bonus. You do get more moves. But those really more expand your capabilities horizontally rather than vertically. So to that end, I think that as you go through this game, you may naturally find that your character either dies or that you choose to either, leave the campaign, retire the campaign, and et cetera, et cetera. Like I could totally see as part of the consequence that the town smith grows sick and old and dies. And one of the PCs retires because they choose to take over as the town's smith. And they don't have time to go adventure and expedition. Plus they're getting older and, now they have a wife and a kid. And the idea of going off and, going off into the mountains and traveling to strange towns and stuff no longer is something that appeals to them. And it's a mechanical choice, but it also tells the story of your character. And now you get to make a new character, which sort of resets the power level, but the story of the town persists. And Vin, as he has a tendency to does, kind of summarized it best. it's going to be a tough sell for a lot of games. And the game is very explicit. This is not about a game of super heroic adventures. We read that part where it said this isn't about optimizing your player build or PC build. It's not about winning as a player. It's not about making the best choices. It is a sort of simulation story generator, and it sort of tells the story of this town. And again, if you've ever played A Quiet Year, you kind of get that vibe and that feeling. So all in all, I think it's pretty neat. I'm still, obviously, there's still a lot of stuff that we need to cover. We need to cover the playbooks. We need to cover some of the GM advice and, the more information about the player advice. But I do get the sense that a lot of this book is just going to be advice. And the fact that it's 600 pages, and the fact that I've probably done, 100, I feel like I've done like 100 hours on PBTA advice on this channel, and people are still like, I don't get it, indicates to me that there could be a lot of, that might be one of the things. Again, I think PBTA is great, but I also respect that it may not be great simply because they, we're going through all of them, Sam. I mean, people paid the money. We're going through every single one. We also get chapters. A lot of things that we kind of glanced over, things like expeditions and stuff, will get specific whole chapters dedicated to them. There's a whole chapter on threats and dangers and discoveries. And a lot of this tech sounds like lampblack tech, which is to say it sounds like Perilous Wilds tech, right? Perilous Wilds introduced us to the idea of expeditions, dangers, discoveries. So in some ways, it looks like it's taking Dungeon World and some of the best tech out of lampblack. Things like Perilous Wilds, Freebooters. I don't know if they did Vagabonds of Dyfed, but Perilous Void, Perilous Wilds, even some of the stuff out of World Wizard, which is their hack of Dawn of Worlds, which is a game I've been playing for 20 plus years. And I've been meaning to play it, but Dawn of Worlds was fantastic. It's taking all of that evolution and putting it into one mega game. So it's like the best stuff from Jason Lutz and his crew and Jeremy Strandberg and taking it all and sort of merging it into one. So in some ways it's sort of like, Dungeon World Advanced, Dungeon World 2, if Dungeon World 2 wasn't what the direction that they went, So yeah, pretty neat. And one thing we'll end with this is the end of the book, but this is their mediography, right? Which is these are the works that directly inspired this game. And you can see that the number one is Dungeon World. They even specifically called out that, some of the mechanics here were taken, but we see Apocalypse World. We see Storming the Wizard's Tower, which I've heard about, but I've never actually owned or played. Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition specifically, and in my understanding that this originally started as a campaign setting for his 4th edition. Blades in the Dark, obviously a game that we love, and we've seen the DNA like time and time again already. Beyond the Wall and Other Adventures, a game that we did a first look a few months ago. The aforementioned Perilous Wilds, which I consider to be probably one of the single greatest supplement, like third-party supplement to anything ever made ever. I think it's fantastic. Another lampblack thing, which is 20 dungeon starters. We see Trilemma Adventures, and then we see Ars Magica. So, those are sort of the immediate game influences. And it goes without saying that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have covered 6 of these things on this channel. So obviously these are games that we are influenced by and that we enjoy and we like. And, when we talk about the follower rules and the idea of building up your community, maybe some of that elements is where some of the Ars Magica stuff comes from. But again, maybe it's, maybe it gets down to the magic system. I don't know. We'll have to get deeper into it when we start getting into the playbooks. Regardless, thank you, everybody. Amazing session, amazing stream. Cool to be back. Voice feels good. We did crush 1.5 monsters. I still got about half this monster left. So expect to see a bunch more of these streams. I want to cover everything. I want to go over this book. If nothing else, as a celebration to somebody who stuck with something for so long and finally released it. By the way, I just want to say something about the power of YouTube. We are a drop in the bucket. But I often mention, I loved Shut Up and Sit Down. I watched it. And then when Quinn started his channel, I was like, oh my God, that is what I want to do. I want to have a legion of, 1,000 or, 2,000 patrons, paying me $20,000 a month to just do whatever I want and support me and go play games and then report back. But apparently, Jeremy, the author, designer of this game, said, during the Kickstarter, which again was 5 years ago, and you've had an extended period of that where people could pre-order, right, the game. They did about 3,000-ish physical sales. So, when you include the initial Kickstarter plus 4 or 5 years of pre-orders, they were at about 3,000 total sales. Quinn's did his 50-minute video last week. And apparently Jeremy shared that since that video aired, they have done an additional 3,500 sales in 5 days or whatever, 4 days. So quite literally more than doubling the total number of sales of the game. To say that has to be, I mean, again, I don't know what his price per unit is and what exactly people are ordering, but let's just say conservatively that each of those is worth, $50. You're talking about an extra $250,000 of income in a week. No, I've not watched Quinn's video yet. I wanted it to be a first look, Copperplane. So to make it as uninfluenced and unbiased as I possibly can. So I have not watched it yet. I only heard that he really liked it and he kind of shit on Trad 20. That's what that's the only thing I heard. Now listen, fine. But that money is going to an independent game creator who's put his heart and soul into this. And for that person to suddenly make, I don't know, $250,000 or whatever, in 3 or 4 days, when he made $250,000 over the last 10 years. That's awesome. That just shows you the power that an influencer like Quinn's can have, for a small independent publisher like, Jeremy. And not for nothing. Again, we're small potatoes, but I know that there have been several small independent people who we have featured on this channel and show, games like Trespasser, games like Tactiquest. And I know that, it's not like we let them quit their day jobs, but, in some cases they went from, hundreds of downloads to thousands of downloads. And, I think that's pretty cool, that even I can have a small influence. But for Quinn's to be able to meaningfully financially reshape someone's, next year or two, simply because of making a video. That's just so powerful and so cool, and I absolutely love that he's doing that. And, I give him all the credit in the world for that. So, Hebigami says, good stream, Derek, but Wolverine doesn't suck. He does. And Cyclops got cooler after he killed Professor X. Fight me. I don't actually know that storyline, so that doesn't sound like the Scott Summers I know and love. I'd like to point out that Scott Summers not only had Jean Grey wrapped around his finger, okay, but he also got Emma Frost when Jean Grey was kind of sort of technically dead. Dude can slay. That's all I'm going to say. Also, his body is a portal to a dimension of infinite kinetic energy, so Wolverine could never, okay? Just saying. Alrighty, folks. Well, this was a No, you do. So anyways, this was a lot of fun. The punch dimension. I love the punch dimension. The punch dimension is great. One of my favorite, I think it's from Ultimate. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Let me see if I can find this shortcut scene. I can't find it, but in Ultimate X-Men, there's a great, Wolverine betrays Cyclops and leaves him for dead. And Cyclops doesn't die and, manages to pull himself together. And then, then they have to fight off Magneto. And Cyclops, basically being awesome, basically says, you betrayed me. You left me for dead, all so that you could try to get with my woman. And you know exactly where I'm going to, Shinobi. That's fantastic. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to. And Cyclops lets, personal business, puts it on side. He says, okay, look, we got a bigger problem. If we need to fight Magneto, they beat Magneto. And then after it's all done, Cyclops says, okay, now we can deal with this unfinished business. And they're kind of circling each other. And Wolverine's basically like, basically talking all this shit. And Cyclops is like, he's like, you don't stop this fight or whatever like that. And Cyclops goes, okay, fine. And he just blasts him. And the next scene is like Wolverine just like laying unconscious with like a crater in his chest. And Cyclops goes like, you're off the team, by the way, and that's it. He just drops him like just straight up and instantaneously. It's not even close. And he let the fact that he betrayed him chill because he had the bigger mission. And then when he's done, and then he just completely annihilates him, not even close. And then he basically goes, you're off the team, just like real matter of factly. Like, he's like, you're off the team, by the way, like to this cratering smoke. Like they don't even show Wolverine. He's just kind of like a black silhouette. And you can kind of see that his chest is basically exploded and there's like steam, escaping from him. It's a fantastic moment. I wish I could find the, comic. I found it. Oh, it's potato resolution, but that's okay. Let me see if I can make it better. All right, let's see if we can do this here. No, not an image. Browser. Oh, nope, that's browser. That's not it. What am I doing here? Window capture. There we go. Okay. So, this is them about to square off, right? And, Wolverine goes, don't even think about jumping in to break this up. You hear me? Whatever the school's head boy dishes out in punishment here, I deserve every single hit. Right, Cyclops? Like, he's just taunting him, and he's just basically like, hey, guys, like, basically like, I'm going to take whatever. And then it just goes, wham, and then it just leaves him a smoking crater in the snow. And he just goes, absolutely, creep. You're off the team, by the way. And like the rest of the X-Men are just like stunned because, he just completely annihilated him in one blast because he's Cyclops and that's what he should do to Wolverine. And Wolverine's like, wow, I got a healing factor. Yeah, you suck. So anyways, and I just love that, like that's the panel, the way that it's just, they don't even show him just getting hit. It's just this massive, action word, it's wham, and then it's just smoldering crater after talking, and the page before too, he's just talking all this smack and all this stuff. And then it's just smoking crater. Anyways, very satisfying. So that's going to do it for me. We made it before midnight, so not even a 5-hour stream. What are we doing now? Again, we'll probably need another 15 hours maybe to get through this book. I don't know. That's conservative, but you know what? That's what we're here for. I'm back. You're back. Again, thank you to the incredible support tonight. That was a lot of fun and very appreciated. You guys are amazing, awesome. Love you all so much. A lot of cool stuff coming. Not just over the next couple of weeks, but fingers crossed, we're going to get some people from our Patreon groups who are going to be okay with us, recording or live streaming some of our games. And those might only be available to our patrons, but that might be a reason for you to sign up for our Patreon. But we'll be able to show some Avatar, some One Ring, some Blaze in the Dark, some Daggerheart, and then we're going to hopefully do some cool streams from NightCon when we're at Origins here in just a little bit over a month. Gen Con later this summer, and a lot of cool stuff. So a lot of neat, fun stuff coming, and I'm excited to talk about new games, GM advice, deep dives, get some more guests on the show, patrons, game designers, you name it. It's a lot of fun. And of course, ultimately, I'd love to get Bob and Tim and Smith back here in the studio, get us bullshitting, sitting around, doing a podcast style, taking, your questions direct and, or even playing game. Oh, I'm doing RFC tomorrow, I'm sure, but if I could probably end up doing like a Wednesday. So tomorrow will probably not be a lunch stream just because I have RFC, but like maybe after racquetball or something, I come home, I could shower, I could maybe hop on and do a stream. I mean, we gotta keep it going, Cineboss. The hype is real, and I owe this game that amount of respect. Jeremy put in 10 years. I can put in a couple days, All right, folks, that's going to do it for me for tonight, but we're going to be back. Stone Week continues, and we'll continue to think of a new goal. We'll think of something. So Stone Week will continue next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace out, everybody.